Chapter 499. Under the protection of his subordinates, Henepolis took a deep breath as he dodged the incoming arrows. Using all his strength, he shouted, "I, Henepolis, the true consul of Laos, solemnly swear in the name of Hades and Asinu that as long as you help me kill these evil rebels, I will distribute land to you and let you have the right to participate in politics, hold public office in the city, and have true freedom." The warriors on the city wall heard it clearly. Land, power, freedom. These were all things they dreamed of. Coming from Henepolis, most of them felt that it was credible. This was because the rumors that spread in the city a few days ago had let them know that this young man was usurped by the officials and chiefs who wanted to continue to oppress and exploit them because he wanted to improve their situation. Now there was a great commotion among the warriors on the city wall. Even the number of warriors shooting arrows at Henepolis had greatly decreased. Just as they were discussing and the morale of the army was wavering, the spies that Tratus had arranged in the army shouted, "We want land! We want freedom!" These shouts resonated with everyone, causing even more chaos on the city wall. Seeing this situation, Helos was overjoyed and immediately ordered an attack. The bugle continued to sound, and the soldiers carried ladders and advanced down the city. Not only did the chaos on the city wall not subside, but it also expanded. The chiefs and officers rushed to reprimand the rioting warriors, telling them to focus on defense or they would be punished. Some of the warriors, under the instigation of some people, beat up these bigwigs who usually treated them like pigs and dogs. Among the more than 5,000 warriors on the city wall of Laos, except for 1/3 of the warriors who were the personal guards of the tribal chiefs and officials, most of the rest were the poor people of the tribes and the poor people of the port. They were the main force that was moved by Henepolis's words. The city wall was in chaos and was losing control. Seeing that the Dionia soldiers were quickly clearing the traps under the moat, Arabuma was anxious, but he could not think of a good way to change this critical situation. At this moment, a messenger rushed to the top of the city wall. "Lord Arabuma, bad news! Bad news! The poor people of the port were rioting. They have too many people. Most of the troops in the city have been mobilized to defend the city. The rest have either been defeated or surrendered. Now they have occupied the city hall and are attacking your mansion." What did you say?" As if struck by lightning, Arabuma's vision darkened, and his body shook a few times before he fell to the ground. The Devers led the army, stepping on the solid foundation of Cremissa and Asprustrum Avenue, and soon came to a place a mile away from the north bank of Neto River, where they began to build a camp. At this time he had the 1st Legion under his command. After the victory of the naval battle, the Dionysian fleet entered the port of Cremissa. The soldiers of the 1st Legion, as well as the captured Syracuse sailors, had all come ashore. These captives would become slaves and provide labor for the people of Cremissa to rebuild their homeland. The damaged and captured ships would then continue north to the military port of Turin for quick repairs. The 2nd Legion, Legio VI, the 7th Legion, and the Lance Brigade, totaling more than 40,000 people. Apart from that, Felicius, who had already received the news, left 3,000 soldiers behind to assist Agathias, more than 1,000 reserve soldiers, to defend the city of Asprostum. He and Epthanus led the 4th Legion and part of the 5th Legion, a total of more than 12,000 soldiers. They also passed through the main road and rushed over to meet up with Diver's army. Hieronymus, on the other hand, had already quelled the rebellion in the Brudi region. He led more than 5,000 Brudi reserve soldiers that he had previously gathered and hurried to the Croton plains. This was the reason why Helos only brought more than 2,000 Brudi soldiers to attack Laos. The navy commander, Sequirian, also led 100 Raven warships and 40 conventional 3-decker warships to the sea near Crotone. On this day, several armies of Dionia arrived at the north bank of Neto River. The number of troops led by the Devers was rapidly increasing. Thousands of bare-chested soldiers waved shovels and pickaxes, dug trenches, built walls, and built tents. It was a spectacular and lively scene. The new king of Dionia, the Devers, Antonios, Amintas, Eptines, Felicius, Olivers, Matones, and Capys were discussing the next battle plan in a temporary military tent. At this moment, Dionysius sent his messenger, Damocles. After meeting the Devers, Damocles presented the letter Dionysius wrote to him. To the young consul of Dionia, ever since I led the army to land in Great Greece, I have won every battle. Trine, Syrium, and Crotone have all been conquered. Corunna has also surrendered. Legeme is hiding behind the mountains, trembling in fear. Destruction is only a matter of time before I wave my hand. Now Dionia is the only enemy in front of me. Do you, who is praised by the ignorant great Greeks as the victorious general, have the guts to have a real, face-to-face battle with me? No matter who wins, this long war with countless casualties will end. I look forward to your reply. Signed, General Plenipotentiary of Syracuse, Master of Sicily, Conqueror of Great Greece, Dionysius. After reading the letter written by Dionysius, the Devers sneered in his heart. This is a letter of challenge from Dionysius. This tyrant really thinks of me as a young and arrogant child. He wants to use such a clumsy method to make me accept the battle. Damocles, the messenger of Syracuse, saw that the Devers looked calm after reading the letter and immediately said, Dear Lord Devers, our General Plenipotentiary has also sent you a gift. But he was stopped by the guards outside the tent. The Devers became interested. He glanced at the guard, Captain Marcius, who was standing beside him. Marcius understood and immediately walked out of the big tent. Soon he brought in a follower of Syracuse. The follower was holding a beautifully decorated wooden box in his hand. This is the gift from Dionysius. The Devers glanced at the wooden box and asked, Yes. The Devers nodded at Marcius. Marcius took the wooden box and placed it on the table in front of the Devers. He then opened the lid. There was a human head inside. Take it out, the Devers said calmly. He already had a rough guess in his heart. Marcius carefully took it out and placed it on the table. Although the head was covered with lime powder and was slightly rotten, the Devers could still tell who it was. Amintas, who was standing to the left of the Devers, had already exclaimed, It's Draco's! His words immediately shocked the other commanders. They all rushed forward to take a closer look. The big tent was in chaos. Damocles, the messenger of Syracuse, said, Lord Dionysius asked me to bring you a message. This is only the first. Amintas angrily stepped forward, grabbed Damocles, and gave him a vicious punch. Damocles fell to the ground, blood flowing from his nose. Go back and tell the despicable tyrant that he will be the second one. We will chop off his head and use it as a football. Tell him to wash his head clean. That way it'll be easier for us to chop it off. Amintas pointed at Damocles and scolded him. The fury of the Dionia commander was within the Syracuse emissaries' expectations. Damocles' broken nose did not increase his fear. Instead, he was secretly delighted. He covered his nose with his hand and slowly stood up. He looked at the Devers, who were staring at him coldly, and spoke in a muffled voice. Lord Devers, when do you plan to fight? I'll go back and tell General Dionysius to prepare himself. Devers said without batting an eyelid, Let him wait. Damocles was stunned. This response was too vague. However, he did not have the chance to ask again. Marcius had chased him and his followers out of the big tent. The guards blindfolded him and escorted him back to the south bank of the Neto River. Meanwhile, in the big tent, the Devers and the other commanders bowed respectfully to Drax's head to express their grief and respect. There was a bloody hole in the forehead of Dracos' head on the table, silently narrating the bravery and unyielding spirit of the deceased. Everyone present could not help but think of the tragic scene. Your Majesty, when are we going to fight Syracuse? Even the usually calm Felicius could not hold back his emotions and asked the Devers, Your Majesty, Legio IV requests to be the main force of the battle. Eptines, who is usually carefree, asked the Devers with a solemn expression, Eptines, don't fight with me. The second legion was formed by Dracos when he was still alive. Avenging Dracos is our strong desire. I hope your majesty can fulfill their request and place the second legion in the position where Syracuse will most likely attack. Amyntas shouted, as if he was the only one who could do it. The fifth legion is also a legion formed by Dracos. Moreover, Dracos was injured, captured, and killed by the enemy while covering the retreat of the fifth legion. So, your majesty, please give the fifth legion a chance to avenge. Felicius actually took the initiative to fight. Seeing that the atmosphere in the big tent was getting more and more heated, the Devers loudly interrupted Felicius, who said, "I'm going to fight Syracuse now." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Antonius, who had been quiet all this while, had an "I knew it" expression on his face. Capys, who had been silent, also had a flicker in his eyes. Matones and Olivers, who were the younger generation of the two commanders, had not stood up to fight before, but they were also eager to give it a try. Chapter 500. Your Majesty, you're not going to fight against Syracuse? Amyntas asked in shock. The Devers looked at Amyntas, then at the others. He calmly analyzed the situation. Amyntas, you must understand that our fleet has already defeated Syracuse's navy twice. Greece's coastline is now under our control. We have the initiative in this war. We can make full use of the fleet to land at any point on the coast behind the main camp of Syracuse's main army. We can attack their weakly defended cities, cut off their food supply lines, and return the tricks that the Syracuse people used on us before. Even if Dionysius has a larger army than us, he will still be exhausted by our maneuvering and will not be able to use his strength. It's because Dionysius is worried about this that Syracuse is so eager to fight us. They want to use this chance to turn the tide. They've even sent envoys to provoke us. Don't fall for the enemy's tricks so easily. Although the Devers' words were directed at Amyntas, he was also informing the other corps commanders about his next step. The tent regained its silence. Everyone was thinking about the Devers' words. Amyntas scratched his head. He asked unwillingly, "Does that mean we won't fight against Syracuse?" The question made the Devers ponder for a moment. He then said, "That depends on how the situation develops. We need to be patient and do what we need to do. Hieronymus's troops are still on their way. Helos's troops are still encircling Laus. The Spear Brigade still needs more training. As long as our plan is carried out, we'll be able to weave a huge net. Syracuse will be the fish in the net. We can control their fate at any time. When that time comes, I'll use Dionysius's head as a sacrifice for Dracos and the warriors." Dionysius listened to the envoy's report in Ciudad Crotone. He was puzzled by the Devers' last words. Let him wait. Is the Devers going to discuss with his subordinates before sending an envoy to inform me of the date of the battle? Dionysius tried his best to think in a positive direction. He decided to wait and see. At that moment, the sentinel at the port reported, "Dozens of Dionia warships have passed Crotone and are heading south." Dionysius's expression changed when he heard this. Following Diver's instructions, Dorian assembled a fleet of 60 ordinary triple-oared warships and led them around the southern coast of Great Greece. He personally led the fleet around the southern coast of Greece, while Mytilades led the main fleet of the Raven warships to seal off the sea between Crotone and Syracuse to monitor the movements of Crotone's army. This was the first time since the establishment of the Dionia alliance that their own fleet had completed a voyage around the coast of Greece. Both Syracuse and every sailor was extremely excited. Before they set off, they put on the sails. Even though it was only a weak south wind, the sails were all raised to the mainmast. The emblem of the alliance, black hair twined around a double thigh, fluttered in the wind. Syracuse's fleet sailed quickly. After circling the Cape of Crotone, it only took them slightly more than an hour to reach the sea near Syracuse. "Closer!" Syracuse commanded the fleet to approach the port of Syracuse. At this time, Syracuse was no longer as busy as the port city that was the headquarters of the Southern Alliance. There were no Syracusans in the huge city, only Syracuse soldiers, freedmen, and slaves. The arrival of the Dionysian fleet made them extremely nervous. They immediately set up defenses and sent cavalry to inform the main camp in Crotone. There were only slightly more than 3,000 soldiers in the city, but the food and other supplies for the entire Syracuse army were mainly concentrated here. There were also a few hundred cargo ships that had just delivered goods from Sicily and had yet to return. There was also a fleet that was specially responsible for transporting supplies from Syracuse to the main camp in Syracuse. However, these supplies would no longer be able to be transported by sea and could only be transported by land. There were so many ships, but there were no warships. If the Daionia army forcefully broke into the port, it might cause a certain degree of damage to the port. However, Syracuse's fleet had no plans to take action in Syracuse for the time being. After causing the defenders to break out in cold sweat, they continued to sail south and arrived at Coruña. This time, Syracuse did not make a feint. Instead, he sent a fast ship and requested to enter the port. The Coruñans had already heard the news that the Dionysian fleet had defeated the navy of Syracuse. Apart from being shocked, they were more or less looking forward to it. However, when the Dionysian fleet actually arrived, they were somewhat at a loss. In the end, it was Chief General Frinris who made the final decision. Yes, we must see it. In fact, there was no envoy from Daionia on the fast ship. Instead, the people who received them were handed an open letter from the Devers to the Coruña Council. In the letter, the Devers did not criticize the surrender of Coruña to Syracuse. Instead, they apologized for the forced retreat of the Legion of Dionysia. They expressed deep condolences for the tragic fate of the Syracuse people and anger at the brutality of the people of Syracuse. At the same time, they expressed understanding and gratitude for the choice that Coruña had made in the critical situation at that time. In the letter, the Devers also confidently stated that Daionia had walked out of its predicament and was gathering its army for the final battle against the people of Syracuse. They believed that the final victory would belong to the great Hellenes. The hostages that Coruña was forced to hand over to Syracuse's camp would be safely rescued. They were assured. Frinris read the letter several times. When he handed the letter to the others, his heart was still filled with excitement. He could not help but ask the sailor who delivered the letter, "I heard that Master Devers has become the king of the Daionia Alliance." Yes, all the citizens of Daionia believed that only Master Devers can have the protection of Hades to protect our homeland. So we unanimously elected him as our king. On the second day after he became king, we miraculously defeated the navy of Syracuse, which far outnumbered us. This means that Hades has approved of our choice, the sailor said excitedly. The people around him were also affected and could not help but exclaim in admiration. A great man like Master Devers should be king. Frinris did not say these words perfunctorily. He was excited from the bottom of his heart. He said solemnly, "Please tell Master Devers that we Coruñans have not forgotten that we are great Hellenes. If Master Devers has any request, as long as it is reasonable, we will do our best to fulfill it. We will not yield to the people of Syracuse. Master Frinris is right. We will not yield to Syracuse. As long as the Dionysian army comes to the Opimia plains again, we will immediately rise up and resist. We will drive these evil Sicilians out of great Hellenes." The others promised one after another. After Frinris discussed with the council again, he immediately wrote a reply to the Devers. In the temporary tent set up by the soldiers of Daionia on the north bank of the Neto River, the rest of the commanders had already left. Only Felicius remained in the tent. "Your Majesty, Felicius was so guilty that he wanted to apologize to the Devers." The Devers had already guessed what he was going to say. He spoke first. "Felicius, I want to express my sincere gratitude to you. The plan I made in advance seems to be impossible now. Crotone Trine and Siltine are not city-states that have joined the alliance of Dionia. How could they easily listen to our command? Moreover, the quality of their soldiers and the level of military training are far inferior to ours. It is impossible for them to complete the mission of sealing the people of Syracuse in Corinthia south of the Ramato River in such a wide area in such a short time. Moreover, we have all underestimated the army of Syracuse. This is also an army with a strong commander, strict training, and swift actions. Their usurper, Dionysius, is not simple either. Before the battle, he carried out a brilliant tactical deception, allowing more than 20,000 soldiers to move from Corunia south to Hiernion without being noticed. Also, before the battle, he decisively appointed the people of Sparta as the general of the army and successfully resisted the onslaught of your left flank. Finally, he seized the opportunity and sent in reinforcements. Your defeat in this battle is not to be blamed. The battle of the Ramato River had been over for a long time. An entire process of the battle had already been heard by Aristeras. Felicius understood this, but he continued to speak guiltily. Your Majesty, if I could stick to my own opinion, this battle could have been avoided. But no, this battle is unavoidable. The Devers said with certainty, You think it can be avoided because you are thinking from the perspective of the people of Dionia. But for the people of Siltine and Trine, if they have the power to fight against the people of Syracuse, will they allow the people of Syracuse to loot and burn in their homeland instead of attacking? Of course not. Chapter 501. The Devers sighed and placed his hands on Felicius' shoulders. He said sincerely, Even if I were facing Syracuse's military advantage, with the ocean under their control, and with a terrifying opponent like Dionysius as their commander, I would still lose in such a terrible situation. Furthermore, you managed to protect the majority of the soldiers of 2 legions. At the same time, you cooperated with Crotone to hold on until reinforcements arrived, giving us hope of turning defeat into victory. I'm not the only one who should thank you. The entire Dionia should thank you. These words made Felicius' eyes brim with tears of relief. Dracos' death is not your fault. I know him. He's never one to admit defeat. Whether it was taking the initiative to cover the retreat and getting captured or crashing into the ground and dying, it was the choice he thought was the best. All we can do is capture Dionysius and use his head as a sacrifice to Dracos' spirit. Yes. Felicius nodded. How are the soldiers of the 5th Legion feeling? The Devers asked with concern. The 5th Legion was a legion made up of Brutians. The soldiers had personally witnessed the death of the legion's commander, who had single-handedly created it. Moreover, the Brutian region was in turmoil during this period of time. Divers was naturally worried about their condition. The soldiers can't wait to fight with Syracuse and avenge Dracos. Felicius answered immediately. That's good. The Devers encouraged him. I met your wife when I left Turiae. She asked me to bring you a message. She and her child are doing well. I hope you can lead the soldiers to drive the enemy out of Greece as soon as possible. When Felicius arrived, he was depressed. His head was lowered and his body was shrunken. However, when he left, he was relaxed and took large strides. Divers looked at his back as he left, thinking to himself, Felicius's personality is too gentle, and his will is not strong enough. He really is not a general who can take charge of an area. In the future, I'll just have to work in the Ministry of Military Affairs. He actually had another reason to thank Felicius. The failure of the Battle of the Ramato River had greatly weakened the Greek forces in southern Greece. They no longer had the ability to resist Syracuse. However, it was the same for Dionia. The Dionysian fleet continued to sail south and approached the sea near Locri city. It could be said that among the port cities on the east coast, only the port of Locri was still frequently visited by merchant ships. It was even busier than before the war, due to the blockade and suppression of the navy of Syracuse on the ports of the Southern Alliance. Merchant ships traveling on the eastern and western Mediterranean could only transit or trade at Locri port. Lower the sails. Sicorian looked at the sails in the distance. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Attack! With the sound of the horn, the warships of the fleet gradually spread out. The sailors excitedly increased their oars. The merchant ships posed no threat to them. It gave them the thrill of bullying noobs. Moreover, it could also train their combat experience. Pushed by the high-speed oars, the speed of the warships reached a terrifying 13 knots. The other merchant ships could not escape without the help of the wind. Compared to the 3-tiered warships, the size of the merchant ships was like a child facing an adult. They were no match at all. Soon, they capsized under the impact of the warships. Broken ships, people crying for help, and goods of all sizes floated on the surface of the sea. The ships in the distance saw the tragic scene and fled in all directions in fear. Soon, other than the Dionysian fleet, no other ships could be seen on the surface of the sea outside Lockery port. Sicorian led the fleet to and fro outside the port a few times before leaving. Lockery was furious, but there was nothing it could do. 2 days ago, the people of Syracuse had taken away 30 of their 3-tiered warships in the name of fighting against the Dionysian fleet. Seeing the enemy ships flaunting their prowess outside the port, everyone had a bad feeling. It seems like the Syracuse fleet has lost again, Demodocus said with a gloomy expression. Yes, Panticipaeus said worriedly. From now on, the warships of Dionia will control the east coast. This will be a huge blow to our maritime trade. I'm more worried that Syracuse will lose to Dionia on land. After all, the young consul of Dionia has returned to Turiae. It's impossible for Syracuse to lose on land. Demodocus retorted without hesitation. You and I have seen Syracuse's 80,000-strong army with our own eyes. No Greek city-state can resist them, including Sparta. Although he said that, Demodocus was still a little annoyed. He knew very well that, due to Dionysius' support, Demodocus had controlled the highest authority in Lockery for many years. He was already the tyrant in reality. Because of this, he ruthlessly suppressed his political enemies and cruelly suppressed those who opposed him. The people were dissatisfied with him. During this time, this dissatisfaction had intensified. In order to ensure the supply of supplies for the army and part of the Syracuse army, he had imposed a higher special war tax on the people of the city-state to increase the income of the treasury to purchase war supplies. Once the Syracuse army was defeated, he could not imagine what the seemingly peaceful people would do under the provocation of his political enemies. The city is too empty now. If the Dionia army lands here, we'll be in danger. Demodocus suddenly said, "We must transfer the troops stationed in Medmar City back." Panticipaeus was stunned. What about Medmar City? Lygium's army has already suffered heavy losses. Even if they want to attack Medmar City, they won't be able to take it down quickly. We can send reinforcements at any time, Demodocus replied. The Dionysian fleet continued to sail south. Soon, they reached the southernmost tip of Greece. Sicorian's ship was at the forefront of the fleet. He carefully led the fleet around the tip of the peninsula, turned north, and entered the Strait of Messina. After sailing for a while, they approached Lygium. It was already dusk. Although Sicorian was more curious about Messina, the port of Messina was at the narrowest part of the strait. It was at least 10 miles away. Previously, when the Syracuse people rebuilt Messina, which had been destroyed by the Carthage people, they moved the city. The port was also abandoned for a time. However, it was quickly occupied by the immigrants of Syracuse, Lockery, and their allies, and they developed it vigorously. Before the war broke out in Greece, Syracuse had stationed a fleet to maintain the port's security, control the ships entering and leaving the strait, and seal off the port of Lygium. Although a few days ago, all the 3-tiered warships in the Messina fleet were transferred to Syrium to participate in the naval battle with Dionia, leaving only about 30 small and medium-sized warships in the port, it was still not something that Lygium could fight against. If Syracuse's fast ships had not noticed the arrival of the Dionysian fleet from afar and quickly withdrawn their warships to the port, Sicarian's fleet would have definitely seen Syracuse's warships cruising outside the port when they arrived at Lygem port. By then, a battle would have been unavoidable. Considering that it was getting late and that he had something to do with the king of Devers, Sicarian temporarily resisted the urge to let the fleet continue north. Instead, he led the way to Lygem port. The people of Lygem had not seen any foreign ships enter the port for 2 months. Once they heard that the Daionia fleet had arrived, they were overjoyed and rushed out of the city to the port. Under the guidance of the Lygem patrol ship, Sicarian's fleet entered the military port. The Daionia sailors were still disembarking when the people of Lygem swarmed over and surrounded the warships, asking loudly about the situation outside. It was no wonder that they were so anxious. It had been more than a month since Lygem had been sealed off by the Syracuse fleet. They knew nothing about the outside world. Usually it was difficult to completely seal off a coastal city. After all, warships could not be soaked in the sea for a long time. They needed to be repaired regularly, dragged ashore to bask in the sun, and cleaned of ship maggots. They also needed to go ashore to rest, eat, and drink water. However, Messina was too close to Lygem. The two cities were only a dozen miles apart on the other side of the strait. The people of Syracuse were determined to completely deceive the people of Lygem and cause them to panic. Hence, they divided the fleet stationed at the port of Messina into several groups and took turns to seal off Lygem without a break. In addition, the land route between Lygem and the outside world was blocked by Rockley on the east side, while Rockley's army was stationed in the city of Medmar on the west side, blocking the way. Since the defeat of the last battle, the allied forces of Lygem and Taurina had completely retreated to the south of the Maro River. Hence, the arrival of the Dionysian fleet was a great surprise to the people of Lygem, especially when they learned that the Dionysian fleet had completely defeated the navy of Syracuse and became the new ruler of the coast near Greece. Cheers erupted in the military port. The people of Lygem surrounded the sailors of Daionia. They sang and danced as if they were holding a celebratory parade, welcoming the people of Daionia into the city of Lygem. That night, the chief general of Lygem, Attilarus, invited Sicarian to a banquet. At the banquet, due to the request of the guests, Sicarian told the story of the naval battle of Taranto, causing the people to cheer and praise. Chapter 502. What do you mean by with your help? It's as if you Lygem people participated in the naval battle too. Sacari cursed in his heart, but did not show it on his face. After all, Autolycus was not only an important figure in Lygem's politics, but he was also the father-in-law of the king of Devers. Fortunately, the Devers knew his father-in-law's personality. Before the fleet departed, he had already told Sacari, "Daionia is very grateful to the alliance of Lygem for their great help. We will return Lygem's warships as soon as possible." Sacari answered without hesitation. Right now, there are hundreds of captured or damaged three-decker warships parked in the military port of Turin. They were left idle due to the lack of sailors. There were so many warships that the military port could no longer accommodate them, so some of them had to be moved to the commercial port. Lygem's request to return the warships would solve some of their problems. When the time comes, can the returned warships be equipped with the wooden bridge you mentioned? Autolycus asked again. Sacari did not expect the chief general of Lygem to make such a request. He was stunned for a moment. Although it seemed easy to install the Raven suspension bridge, he had heard from His Majesty the Devers that it involved profound knowledge of the use of pulleys and complex mechanical manufacturing. That was why a few suspension bridge operators could easily rotate the base, pull up and down the suspension bridge. Sacari still remembered the scholar from the Daionia Academy, Martocores, who had proudly declared, "Other than Daionia, there's no other Greek city-state that can build a Raven suspension bridge unless they have a profound understanding of pulleys." "What, can't I?" Autolycus asked again when he saw that Sacari did not speak. Sacari simply said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. Only His Majesty the Devers can." Besides, the Raven suspension bridge is only one of the reasons we were able to defeat the navy of Syracuse. More importantly, Dionia's powerful heavy infantry, especially during the second battle with the navy of Syracuse. Syracuse also sent heavy infantry that had almost the same number of soldiers as us on each warship, but they still suffered a crushing defeat. As he spoke, Sakari went straight to the point. Dionia and Legem are allies. With our protection at sea, Legem will not be attacked by the enemy from the sea. There's no need to spend money and equip the navy. Autolycus's expression darkened when he heard this. He stared at Sakari and said angrily, "In the letter to me, the Devers hoped that Legem could send troops to Hibernian or other places in southern Greece to attack with your fleet to attract and restrain the Syracuse army and create conditions for your attack on land." However, Autolycus's expression darkened. Previously, in order to help you, the people of Legem took the initiative to attack Medmar and suffered heavy losses. We no longer have the strength to carry out such a risky operation. Please tell the Devers that we are truly sorry. Since Dionia is already so powerful, it is completely capable of defeating the people of Syracuse on its own. With that, he stood up. "I still have something to do. Enjoy your meal." Autolycus actually left the hall and left just like that. The guests looked at each other, and Sakari felt even more awkward. It was supposed to be a lively banquet, but it ended on such a sour note. In the evening, in the backyard of Autolycus's mansion, Alcibiades criticized him. "Father, your behavior at the banquet today was too extreme. You left a bad impression on the visiting people of Dionia. If they return home and spread the news, not only will it affect Agnes, it will also affect our business in the Turiae shipyard. Do you think I was angry because of that lowly person of Dionia?" Autolycus's anger at the banquet had long since disappeared. He said to his son with a profound meaning, "I did it for my son-in-law to see." "For the Devers to see? What do you mean?" Alcibiades looked puzzled. Autolycus felt helpless. As an ancient immigrant family of Legem that had once ruled the city for decades, his family had always held an important position in Legem's politics. However, his two children did not know what was going on. They did not have any political talent that was passed down in their family. His daughter, Agnes, married the consul of Dionia. Oh, now the king of Dionia. She was lucky enough to become a concubine, and she was also an influential priestess of the temple of Hera in Turiae. She had a respectable status, but she was simple-minded from a young age and was no match for the shrewd and capable concubine. His son Alcibiades was shrewd, but he used it all in business and had no interest in politics. His current position as a general was forced upon him by Autolycus, although Alcibiades had always been indifferent to politics. As the successor of Autolycus's career, he would often advise him, hoping that one day he would come to his senses. This time was no exception. Now that the people of Syracuse have lost the sea, it seems that it will be difficult for them to recapture it in a short period of time. As long as the people of Dionia respond appropriately, they will not lose this war. Then, when the people of Syracuse retreat back to Sicily, the alliance of Dionia, which did not suffer too many losses in this war, will definitely become the unshakable overlord of Greater Greece. We, Legem, do not want to become their vassal, so we must make our voice heard. There is nothing wrong with becoming a vassal of Dionia, Alcibiades said disapprovingly. Only by becoming a vassal will there be trade benefits. The territory of Dionia is already so big now, and according to what you said, it will be even bigger in the future. This will be even more helpful to my family's trade. Moreover, my brother-in-law is the ruler of this powerful country. Will my sister let me suffer losses? Autolycus did not expect his lazy son to have such thoughts. He was a little angry for a moment, but it quickly turned into helplessness, because he vaguely felt that Alcibiades was not the only one in Legem who had such thoughts. Since the alliance between Legem and Dionia not only was its safety guaranteed, it had also benefited greatly in terms of trade. Because of the environment, Legem had more merchants than farmers, causing the people of Legem to be very tactful. It was very likely that they would give up the independence of the city-state for their own interests. Just like before the alliance of Dionia, the people of Legem could also ignore the racial conflict between Carthage and the Greeks and form an alliance with Carthage. This was not only to fight against Syracuse, but also to attract the huge trade market of Carthage. Even if we become a vassal, we must become a vassal with strength. Only then will we be valued by Dionia. Autolycus suddenly felt a little discouraged. He sighed and turned to remind his son, "Do you know why I insist on those warships that only belong to Dionia?" "Why?" "Messina." Autolycus looked at him and said in a serious tone, "If Dionysius is really defeated by the Devers, I'm afraid that Syracuse will be in chaos. When that time comes, he won't have any extra power to protect the newly built city-state across the strait. We can take it back and make it a sub-state under Legem's control. With the port of Messina, we can control the entire strait. This will be very beneficial to the city-state and your business." Alcibiades was very excited when he heard this. His eyes flashed as he imagined the huge profits that could be brought by taking Messina. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. "Father, do you think that my smart brother-in-law didn't see the importance of Messina? There's a popular saying among us Greek merchants, 'Great profits mean great risks.' The reason why my business is so successful is because I never do anything beyond my capabilities. And if Legem wants to obtain Messina, is he prepared to take the risk?" Autolycus was stunned. After receiving the news of the Dionysian fleet's consecutive victories, he was overjoyed and thought about Messina. Desire momentarily blinded his reason, and he almost forgot that Messina was the target of many. Syracuse, Carthage, and now there might be another Dionia eyeing this strait. After thinking for a long time, Autolycus's face regained its spirit. He said with relief, "Alcibiades, I just realized that you will become an excellent general." The next day, Sicerian led the sailors to the port to board the ship. Sicerian originally thought that because of the banquet last night, the people of Legem's attitude towards them would change. He did not expect that not only would the people still be enthusiastic, but Autolycus also personally came to see them off. His attitude was even more enthusiastic than the day before. He did not mention a word about yesterday's discord and actively expressed to Sicerian that Legem was willing to fulfill its duty as an ally and fully cooperate with Dionia in defeating Syracuse. As for the specifics, they could discuss it with General Phaedon, who was stationed in Torina. At the same time, Autolycus also asked Sicerian to bring a letter to the Devers. Although he did not understand why Autolycus's attitude suddenly changed, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Sicerian was in an unusually good mood, and when he gave the order, his voice was especially loud. "Go to Messina!" Chapter 503. 100 years later, due to Sparta's invasion of Messenia, a large number of fleeing Messenians migrated here, causing the entire city to change. Even the original name was changed to Messenia. Only the symbol on the issued coins was always a sickle and a dolphin. A few years ago, Carthage's people destroyed it, and Dionysius rebuilt the city. However, the residents in the city had become colonists from Syracuse, Locri, and their allies. Messenia was only about 13 miles away from Legem. The Dionysian fleet arrived in a moment. Sicerian stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the city in front of him with interest. Compared to Legem, Messenia itself was not big because it was located in the lowlands between the mountains and the sea. It was narrow, and there were no large rivers around the city. However, its extremely long arc-shaped breakwater made of a mixture of rocks and artificial magma, as well as the port surrounded by reefs, attracted Sicerian's attention. Seeing the teams of messengers who had been hastily gathered on the breakwater, some of them ran to the ships at the dock, and some of them mounted the sentry towers on the breakwater with bows and arrows in their hands. Sicerian did not care at all. He did not intend to lead the fleet into the port at all. Instead, he did what he did in Rockley outside the port, wrecking and sinking the merchant ships entering and leaving the port. After showing off for a while, he continued to sail north. The Syracuse colonists in Messenia never thought that they would be attacked like this when Syracuse dominated the western Mediterranean. One could imagine the anger and frustration in their hearts. The fleet passed through the channel and arrived at Torina after more than an hour. The people of Torina and the Lygium militia stationed here were equally jubilant when they heard the news that Dionia had defeated the Syracuse navy. Initially, Sicerian thought that it would take a lot of persuasion to convince Phaedon, because Phaedon had failed to lead the army to attack and was ordered to return to Lygium for trial. Later, because there was no military talent among the citizens of Lygium who could replace Phaedon to fight against the terrifying Syracuse Rockley coalition army, he was finally allowed to return to Torina with the support of Autolycus to regain his military power. Sicerian was worried that Phaedon would be afraid of attacking the Silo coalition army because of this. But when Sicerian explained his intentions to the Legium general, Phaedon did not hesitate. He immediately expressed his willingness to work with Dionia to contain the allied forces of Silo, but before Sicerian could contact Helos in the Bruttii region, he could not come up with an effective plan. At the same time, Henipolis had just woken up. Yesterday, the Dionysian army cooperated with the rioting civilians in the city. Coupled with the fact that nearly half of the defending soldiers were not in the mood to fight, Lao's city was finally breached. In despair, Arabuma did not want to be humiliated by his nephew after he was captured, so he committed suicide. Henipolis did not let the matter rest. He ordered that anyone who participated in the rebellion and worked for Arabuma should be punished. When Arabuma usurped the throne, almost all the bureaucrats in the city sided with him. Henipolis originally wanted to take this opportunity to defeat all those who opposed and obstructed him, but he did not expect that in this way the rioting civilians obtained the right to legally rob the officials, leaders, and rich people of the city who oppressed and exploited them. The hatred and violence buried deep in their bones were completely released, and it was a disaster for the city. Soon, the entire city was plunged into a frenzy of killing and looting. Seeing that things were not going well, Henipolis gave another order. Stop looting and killing, or you will be severely punished. But how could the rioting civilians who were already in a frenzy listen to the order? They even attacked the soldiers who gave the order. Henipolis had no choice but to ask Helos for help. Helos immediately sent all the troops to stop the riots caused by the rioting civilians in Lao's city. He also ordered that if there was any resistance, kill without mercy. More than 5,000 well-trained Ionia soldiers entered the city and began to suppress the rioters who broke into the houses and began to loot. It was not until dusk that the riots subsided. What followed was the sound of moaning and wailing that enveloped the entire city. The city of Lars, which had become increasingly prosperous through the efforts of Avenogis and Arbutus in the past few years, was reduced to ruins in a single day. The dead and wounded were everywhere. Henipolis, who rode into the city, could not bear to watch. What made him even more uneasy was that the people who were holding the bodies of their loved ones and crying by the roadside looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Henipolis, who was deeply remorseful and frightened, did not feel much comfort even when he saw that his rescued mother was safe and sound. At night he lay in bed, and as soon as he closed his eyes, the tragic scene that he saw during the day appeared in his mind. His ears were filled with the cries of the people, and he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was not until dawn that he fell asleep due to excessive fatigue. He only woke up at noon, so he had breakfast and lunch together. His mother also dined with him. Although Arabuma had rebelled, he only put his brother's widow under house arrest. The other treatment was the same as usual, so the woman was not hurt. She was only worried about her son's safety. Now that Henipolis had returned safely and defeated the rebels, she was in a good mood. "Child, Iliandos came to see you a few times in the morning, but I stopped him. What did he want from me?" Henipolis asked listlessly as he chewed on the bread and thought about other things. He asked what to do with the civilians who were imprisoned. I asked him to release them all. Henipolis's mother was the cousin of Tura, a Lucanian nobleman and the former leader of Laos. Tura betrothed her to Avenogis in order to better control and win over Avenogis, who was the leader of the original Sabari's descendants. Therefore, the relationship between Avenogis and his wife was not good. Later, Avenogis united with Daionia and overthrew the rule of the Lucanians in Laos. Tura and his forces were almost slaughtered. The reason why he did not punish his Lucanian wife was that she was Henipolis's biological mother. On the other hand, for decades the Lucanians had ruled Laos and gradually integrated with the Greek descendants of Sabaris. When Avenogis rebelled, many small Lucanian tribes expressed their support and surrender. Therefore, having a Lucanian wife could reassure the uneasy Lucanians. However, the woman bore the hatred of the destruction of her family in her heart. Today she finally smiled. Those black pigs who only know how to roll in the mud, the former Lucanians in Laos called the slaves of Sabaris, should have died a long time ago. Son, you've done a good job. These are the people who killed your uncle Tura's family. Do you know your uncle's second daughter, your cousin, is so beautiful? I made an agreement with Tula that she would be your wife in the future. But those damnable... Enough! Henipolis suddenly smashed the wooden glass filled with wine on the ground. The wine splashed everywhere. The woman was shocked. I'm full. Henipolis stood up. Without looking at his mother, he turned around and walked out. Henny! The woman called out pitifully. Henipolis did not look back. He was holding back his anger. He punished the officials and tribal leaders who helped Orobomus usurp the throne, not to avenge their betrayal, but to build a better political system, a system like Daionia where everyone owned land and had the right to participate in politics. He was different from his mother, who hated the people of Laos. But when he thought of the corpses all over the ground and the pairs of hateful eyes, his anger immediately dissipated. He began to doubt himself again. Did I really do something wrong? Just as Arab Mas said, I've been too extreme in my actions. Orobomus. Henipolis remembered that when he saw his only uncle's corpse last night, he did not feel any joy of revenge. Instead, his mind was filled with the scene of his uncle playing with him when he was young. It made him feel empty and lost. He wandered aimlessly and finally came to the city hall that was next to his house. There was a beautiful chair in the center of the city hall. He walked up to it and sat down slowly, facing the circular stone benches in front of him. This hall was built by Henipolis's father 3 years ago with reference to the Greek city-states. But unlike Daionia and other Greek city-states, there was an extra chair in the center of this hall, a chair specially for the life consul. He did not know if his father and his uncle felt superior and different sitting in this chair, but he did not have such a wonderful feeling at all. Instead, he felt like a lamb being stared at by dozens of greedy eyes like hungry wolves. It made him feel sick and uncomfortable. After he became the consul, he came to the hall a few times, but he was not willing to come again. At this moment, he was sitting in the chair, staring at the empty hall in a daze until Aliandos hurried in. My lord, I finally found you. Henipolis came back to his senses and looked at the anxious face of the loyal subordinate left to him by his father. He asked disinterestedly, what's the matter now? Those poor people who were released are not willing to leave. Instead, they are asking when you will honor the promise you made, my lord. Aliandos's words made Henipolis inexplicably angry. Honor. They want me to honor my promise. Look at what they have done. I have been merciful to them by not executing them one by one. Chapter 504. Also, Aliandos hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopped. What else? Henipolis asked impatiently. Some people came outside the city hall, claiming that their relatives did not betray you, but were killed by the mob. They hope you can redress their grievances. Aliandos said, Wronged? Henipolis grabbed his hair in frustration. This was what he was most afraid of hearing, so he said, as if pushing away a burden, I'll leave this matter to you. Also, You have to start preparing for the distribution of land to the poor." Eliandos was stunned when he heard this, and then shouted, "Sir, I've never done this before. I don't know how." "You don't know how. You can find someone." As soon as Henipolis said this, he was also stunned. Find someone? Where could he find someone? Almost all the officials in the city of Laos were killed by the mob, and there were probably few people with administrative experience in the city. Henipolis sat down dejectedly. Did he have to do these things himself? However, since he became a consul, he had always given orders, and most of them were not carried out. He had never really dealt with political affairs, so he did not know where to start. Besides, he had always hated those tedious and complicated political affairs. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. When he lived in the mansion of the Devers in Turin, he saw mountains of bills, city-state affairs, letters, and so on in the study of the Devers. When the Devers returned home, they spent most of their time there dealing with official affairs. Henipolis suddenly felt that maybe he was really not suitable to be a consul. Just as the two stared at each other, not knowing what to do, Helos walked into the hall. "Sir Henipolis, now that the situation in the city has calmed down, I would like to ask when you can prepare a ship for us?" "Now. Sir Devers must be anxiously waiting for news of our actions." "Oh, there's this." Henipolis was in a daze that day and had forgotten about this important matter. He immediately looked at Aliandos and said, "Immediately get the port to prepare ships to transport Dionia's troops to Canopetia." "Sir, the port is in chaos now. The sailors have all come to the city, and the port management staff have either been killed or are in hiding. Where are we going to find people to prepare so many ships?" Aliandos shouted with a troubled expression. Henipolis was stunned again. He looked at Helos helplessly. Helos didn't expect the situation to be like this, and he seemed a little anxious. Henipolis looked at him apologetically. He was quite familiar with Helos because Helos had been in and out of the great Devers' mansion many times. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. "Master Helos, I remember that you have been the chief executive of the city twice." Helos didn't know what he meant by this at this time, but he nodded and admitted it truthfully. "And Master Bagul, he is still the chief executive of the Gramentum." The more Henipolis spoke, the more excited he became. "You see, the city of Laos is in chaos now. Most of the administrative officials have been killed by the mob, and the entire city can no longer function normally. I want to ask you to help me manage the city so that Laos can return to normal as soon as possible, so that you can smoothly go to Clopetia." When Henipolis finished speaking, the two people present thought they had heard wrong. "Master Henipolis, you're not joking, are you?" Helos blurted out, "Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you in such a terrible situation?" Henipolis said impatiently, "Do you want to leave by ship or not? Otherwise, you can only lead the team by land." To go by land to Clopetia, they had to cross the entire Cosenza Plateau. Although there was a main road, it would at least take more than 2 days. If Laos wanted to return to normal, they would probably only be able to leave by ship tomorrow if they were efficient. It seemed like it would take about the same amount of time, but Helos was no longer a mercenary who only knew how to lead troops to war. After a few years of administrative training, he was sensitive to the meaning of taking over the administrative power of Laos. "I'll go back to the barracks and discuss with Master Bagul." Helos finished speaking and left in a hurry. "Master, this doesn't seem very good." Iliandos vaguely felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong with it?" Henipolis immediately retorted, "If you don't think it's good, why don't you do all these things?" Iliandos was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. Henipolis smiled. His eyes grew brighter because he had thought of a brilliant idea that would allow him to leave this city that had become a quagmire and was filled with hatred towards him. It was almost noon. Dionysius stood at the head of the broken Ciudad Crotone and withdrew his gaze from the north. He said coldly, "It seems that the young man from Dionia has no intention of accepting the letter of challenge and fighting us. Then what should we do? Master, do we take the initiative to attack them?" Astagras asked eagerly, cross the Neto River and attack Dionia's camp? Dionysius glared the reckless general and said coldly, "Stupid, that's exactly what the people of Dionia want. It was because Crotone crossed the river rashly that it lost to Dionia, which was weaker than it. Do you think I'm so stupid?" Astagras did not dare to speak. He could feel that Dionysius was in a bad mood. "Phasapises, how long can our current food reserves last?" Dionysius asked again. "Including the food obtained from Ciudad Crotone, it can probably last for more than a month." More than a month! With the Dionysian fleet controlling the east coast, they could no longer get help from Sicily. They could only harvest food from Rockley and the other conquered cities. But how much could they get? Dionysius anxiously calculated in his mind. He glanced at the slightly anxious generals and ministers around him, and finally at the big city behind him that had a long history of hundreds of years. He suddenly said, "Burn this place! Burn Ciudad Crotone." "What?" "Destroy the walls of Crotone and burn this city." Dionysius ordered coldly. "Then withdraw all the troops stationed here to their original camps." Although the generals and soldiers of Syracuse preferred to live in comfortable houses compared to the simple tents, no one dared to oppose Dionysius's decision. "Master, what about the people from Crotone? The citadel is so tall we can't burn them," Phasapises reminded. "Don't worry about them. Let them seek help. Isn't Dionia their ally? Isn't that young man known to keep his promises? I'd like to see if Dionia will save their ally." Dionysius's gaze was cold. "But if Crotone dares to escape the citadel in large numbers, chase them back." "Understood." Phasapises and the other generals finally understood. They were forcing the people of Dionia to cross the river to save Crotone. Ciudad Crotone was burning in the fire. This was another Greek city being burned in Greece after 4 years. However, this was not the first time the people of Syracuse had done this. Many of the cities they captured in Sicily were destroyed by them. Dionysius was known as the protector of Sicily. In fact, he had destroyed many city-states with a long history, including Greek cities. His ability to destroy was no weaker than his opponent, Carthage. Therefore, the soldiers of Syracuse skillfully placed fire starters everywhere in Ciudad Crotone. Soon the entire city was set ablaze. The blazing fire reflected the sky of Crotone. The people in the citadel cried when they saw their homes burning in the fire. Not long after, the grief on the people's faces turned into fear because the fire was spreading and was about to surround the citadel. Fortunately, Lucius and Myron were prepared in advance. They had already sent people out of the citadel to cut down the trees and weeds around the hillside. Although the fire did not burn the citadel, the hot air and thick smoke brought great trouble to the tens of thousands of people in the citadel. Not only did they feel unbearably hot, but they also had difficulty breathing. However, there was not much water in the citadel. Myron initially wanted the people to bear with it, but many weak old people and women fainted one after another. In the end, he had no choice but to let everyone wet their clothes by the pool and apply it to their faces to tide over the difficult time. After the protective measures were taken, most of the water in the pool had been used up. Some of the people gathered in the temple and prayed to the statue of Apollo, hoping that it could protect them through this disaster. Some people were even repenting to the huge statue because they believed that today's retribution was due to Melantius's burning of Tilly, which was under Apollo's protection. Lucius looked at the burning city at the foot of the mountain in a daze. His heart was filled with worry for the safety of the people in the citadel. He knew that without water, they would not last more than a few days. Lucius. Myron came from afar. Strangely, there was a hint of relief on his face. "Don't worry." The people of Syracuse retreated and then set fire to the citadel. Something special must have happened, I think. Dionia's reinforcements have arrived. The people of Syracuse did this in order to fight against Dionia. Is what you said true? Lucius immediately cheered up and asked loudly, Chapter 505. As a Crotone general who had fought against Ionia before, Myron was quite familiar with the tactic of sending warships to harass the coast of Dionia's territory. He was shocked that Dionia managed to defeat several strong enemies in a row, breaking out of their encirclement and gaining the opportunity to fight against Syracuse. Their victory in the naval battle was completely unexpected. How did that young man do it? After Myron was exiled, he did not stay idle. While he was living in seclusion in Greece, he collected a lot of information about Dionia and studied Dionia's military and politics. He thought that he had a good understanding of this rapidly rising alliance. He did not expect that Dionia's performance in the war against Syracuse had once again subverted his understanding. So, Dionia is really here. Lysias was excited, but he suddenly remembered something. The joy on his face turned into anger. They should have come earlier. If the garrison of Esplustum had come to our aid when Syracuse attacked, Ciudad Crotone wouldn't have been breached so quickly. Myron did not speak. The inaction of the garrison of Esplustum was a thorn in the hearts of Lysias and the other Crotone leaders. Myron, even if Dionia's reinforcements came, can Dionia defeat the Syracuse army? If, then we're all finished. Lysias began to worry about his personal gains and losses. It was no wonder that he was like this. After all, they had witnessed the terrifying power of Syracuse's army. Ciudad Crotone was breached in such a short period of time. Could Dionia resist such a huge and ferocious Syracuse army? If Dionia was defeated as well, Crotone's only hope would be gone. Many Crotone people had such conflicting thoughts. Based on my understanding of the Devers, since he dares to lead his army here, he must have the confidence to win. Although they were trapped in the Acropolis after the city was breached and could not receive any news from the outside, Myron had more confidence in the Devers than any Crotone person. As the saying goes, the enemy always knows you best. He suggested loudly, "What we need to do now is to wait for the fire to extinguish, then send scouts out of the city to find out the situation. If they find Dionia's army, ask them for help immediately." "You're right." After listening to Myron, Lysias calmed down a little. He thought for a moment and added, "We also need to inform Cypros to send scouts out of the city." The Trine army suffered heavy losses on the day the city was breached. In the end, Cypros led the remaining soldiers and retreated into the Acropolis with the Crotone people. After Lysias' reminder, Myron realized that the latter's meticulousness was exactly what he lacked. Because the relationship between Trine and Dionia was much closer than that of Crotone, Dionia would definitely pay more attention to their request for help. Lysias and Myron, the two famous political figures of Crotone, had been fighting for more than 10 years. When the war forced them to work together, they realized that they complemented each other's strengths. It was really a pity the Devers were watching the training of the Pike Brigade in the campfield. At noon, they suddenly received news that there was an unusual movement in the port of Crotone. Upon receiving the news, the Middleades immediately led more than 100 Raven warships to the mouth of the Neto River. They quickly picked up the soldiers of the First Legion and rushed to the port of Crotone, just in time to see the Syracuse fleet leaving the port in an attempt to escape. The cunning people of Syracuse coerced the captured Crotone sailors to drive the remaining merchant ships and sailing ships out of the port. More than 40 of their warships were mixed in with these ships and immediately fled south after leaving the port. The fleet of the Middleades was obstructed by these ships, and no one could complete the blockade of the port. Once the warships of Syracuse, which had no intention of fighting, sailed at full speed, it was impossible for the fully loaded Raven warships to catch up. Therefore, the Dionysian fleet only captured a few warships and watched as most of the warships of Syracuse successfully escaped to the south. Due to the lack of results, the soldiers of the First Legion were a little listless after getting off the ships. Melisande, who was leading the soldiers ashore, heard the shout and turned his head. Felicius was standing not far away and waving at him. Melisande hurriedly said a few words to his subordinates and ran over. "Father, what's the matter?" Nothing much, just came to see you. Felicius said, faintly, not revealing his concern. After all, this adopted son of his had fallen into the sea twice in the previous naval battles. He had been worried for an entire day. How are the results of today's battle? They escaped, Melisande said, unwilling to give up. Felicius wanted to comfort him, but the messenger, Tormid, rushed over on horseback. Commander Felicius, His Majesty is calling for a military meeting. Please go to the main tent immediately. Got it. Felicius asked casually, Tormid, why is His Majesty calling for a meeting at this time? Tormid glanced at Melisande and smiled. Let me guess. Is it to discuss the reason why Syracuse's fleet suddenly escaped from Crotone port? Melisande's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the soldiers ashore suddenly became restless. Someone shouted, Look, there's a fire over there. To the south of Netto River, beyond their line of sight, plumes of black smoke rose into the sky. After a while, the black smoke combined into a thick pillar of smoke. The fire reflected the sky, their red, Felicius, and Tormid stared in that direction. Is it Ciudad Crotone? Tormid asked uncertainly. It's Ciudad Crotone, Melisande said in a deep voice. He had fought near Crotone twice by ship. He knew the position of the city. Felicius and Tormid exchanged glances with each other with a heavy expression. The soldiers in the camp and the sailors at the mouth of the river rushed to the north bank of Netto River. They looked at the burning sky in amazement. When the news of Ciudad Crotone burning spread among the crowd, many tourist militia cheered loudly. Some even shed tears of excitement. They knelt on the beach and prayed to the goddess of vengeance, thanking her for finally responding to their pleas for so many years. Such a huge commotion in the camp naturally alerted the Devers and the captains in the main tent. When they rushed to the north bank of Netto River, the ships at sea had already reported the situation at Crotone port to the camp. The soldiers were just watching the commotion, while the Devers and the captains were thinking about the reason why Syracuse did what they did. Your Majesty, Syracuse's fleet has escaped. They've burned Ciudad Crotone that they took so much effort to capture. This means that they can't cross the river to fight us after losing their naval advantage. In order to prevent our fleet from ambushing their rear and cutting off their food supply, it seems like they've decided to retreat. Amyntas was the first to voice his opinion. Your Majesty, we can't let them retreat to Syracuse so easily. If they defend Syracuse with such a huge force, we won't be able to take it down. Furthermore, if they retreat to Syracuse, Trine and Coruña will be completely controlled by Syracuse. The Rockley Alliance is also their ally. It's very disadvantageous for us to fight there. Matones reminded anxiously, Then, do you think we should fight Syracuse here? As Matones' senior commander, Antonios reminded him in a reprimanding tone. Crossing the river to fight Syracuse when they're prepared is exactly what Dionysius wants. Didn't they say that Crotone has burned everything except the citadel? Dionysius is trying to make use of our eagerness to save Crotone to achieve his goal of fighting us here. But we're not here to fight Syracuse. Are we here to compete with Syracuse to see who can consume food faster? Amyntas expressed his dissatisfaction without hesitation. There's nothing wrong with competing in a competition. Capys said in a serious tone, Our fleet has cut off the communication between Syracuse's army and Sicily. Syracuse can't provide assistance to the army in Greece. I'm afraid that Dionysius can only rely on the Rockley Alliance to provide him with food. However, Rockley isn't a city rich in grains. How can they satisfy the food needs of such a huge army? We have the Alliance's vast territory behind us, and we have the full support of the people and the Alliance. Ansitanos has already gone to Carthage to discuss the sale of food. How can Syracuse's army outlast us? I believe the people of Syracuse will collapse due to the lack of food in 2 months. By then, we'll be able to eliminate them easily. Lord Capys, don't forget that our soldiers aren't the only ones consuming food. The people of Asprustum and Cremissa are also consuming food. Due to the enemy's cavalry, they're also receiving assistance from the Alliance. That's why we're consuming food more than the people of Syracuse. Even if we have the help of the Alliance, we can still buy food from them. Can we just watch as the people's savings are used up? Epiphanes retorted bluntly. As a commander who had been fighting on the front line, he understood the situation better than anyone else. Everyone, don't forget that the people of Crotone and Acropolis are still waiting for us to rescue them. Although Dionysius might be using this to gain the upper hand, this is an unprecedented war. Not only are the people of Greece and Sicily concerned, but Greece, Carthage, and the other Mediterranean countries are also concerned. We, Dionia, have always kept our promises. Are we going to watch them die this time? Felicius was a cautious person, but the incident with Dracos had triggered his desire for revenge. Devers's heart skipped a beat. He knew Felicius' words were directed at him. Chapter 506. Devers's heart skipped a beat. Oliver's, I don't think that's possible. Unless Helos can break through Laos in one day and immediately take a ship to Nepitia, then launch an attack on Trine. We're all battle-hardened people. Is that even possible? Antonios expressed his serious doubts about Oliver's speculation. Even if it's impossible, we should fight the Syracuse army here as soon as possible to create an opportunity for Helos to attack the enemy's rear. Amyntas took the opportunity to say, if we fight here in a hurry, if we lose, it'll be meaningless even if Helos takes back Trine. Capys reminded, how can our army lose? Amyntas roared. The commanders in the tent were having a heated debate, other than Alexis, the commander of Legio III, who was far away in Lucania City, and Helos, the former commander of Laos, who was still in Laos. All the commanders of Dioria's army were gathered in the tent. 1st Legion Commander Antonios, 2nd Legion Commander Amyntas, Legio for Commander Epiphanes, 5th Legion Commander Felicius, Legio 6 Commander Olivers, 7th Legion Commander Martones, Spear Brigade Commander Capys, former commander, and the former commander Hieronymus, who led 5,000 Lucanian reserve soldiers to the tent yesterday. It could be said that the tent was a gathering of talented generals. In the past, these experienced generals had the support of powerful legions and the strict military system of Dionia. When they faced the enemy, they would often argue about how to attack. But today, apart from the taciturn Hieronymus, everyone was sticking to their own opinions, some even disregarding their past camaraderie and cursing. It was clear that they were wary of the Syracuse army across the river. After all, it was a force that had almost 10,000 more soldiers than the Dionysian army, had experienced countless battles, and had a powerful commander. They knew very well that this was not an army that could be easily defeated. At the same time, the corps commanders were arguing endlessly. It was also because Devers did not express his own opinion. It was not that he was pretending to be reserved, but he had not made up his mind. Thus, he did not stop the corps commanders from arguing intensely. He hoped that this clash of ideas would help him sort out some of his thoughts. Even though the Dionysian fleet had gained the upper hand in the battle between the two armies, he was not arrogant enough to think that it was the same for the ground forces. For such a war that concerned the rise and fall of their countries and the life and death of their people, even though he had made a lot of careful preparations, he still needed to be calm and cautious. At this time, the captain of the guards, Marcius, came in and reported, Your Majesty, a few envoys from Crotone and Trine have arrived from the other side of the river. The corps commanders stopped arguing and looked at Devers. Devers pondered for a moment and asked a crucial question. Even though Ciudad Crotone has been burned, Syracuse's cavalry is still patrolling on the other side of the river. How did they get here? According to the captain who accompanied them, it seems like Syracuse did not stop them, Marcia said. Your Majesty, this is obviously a conspiracy by Syracuse. Antonius reminded loudly. Is it a conspiracy? Are we not going to save our allies? Amyntas asked loudly. Devers glanced at the two of them and asked his captain, Did you ask why they are here? Of course they are here to ask for help. Marcius showed a hint of disdain, but immediately felt that this was disrespectful to their allies. He quickly straightened his face and said, Oh, they also said that there is not much water left in the Acropolis. They won't last more than a few days. Devers nodded and fell into deep thought. Everyone's gaze followed the Devers' pacing, but no one spoke to avoid disturbing Devers' thoughts. After a while, Devers stopped and looked at Marcius. Go out and tell those envoys to return. I won't see them. Everyone was stunned. Felicius shouted, Your Majesty! Devers waved his hand and said with a firm expression, I've already made my decision. Say no more. Have the captured Crotone people confessed? Dionysius asked when he saw Astyages enter. Sir, they all said that Devers didn't even see them and chased them away. Didn't even see them. Are you sure they're telling the truth? Dionysius was doubtful. Of course I'm sure. A few of the Crotone people were so scared by my torture tools that they peed their pants. They don't dare to lie. Astyages grinned and said confidently. Dionysius thought for a while and said with a cold smile, Let them go. Let the Crotone people in the Acropolis know how much the people of Dionia fear Syracuse, and don't dare to cross the river to save them. Yes, sir. Astyages turned around and left the tent. Looks like the people of Dionia won't fight with us. Sir, what should we do next? Phasapeses asked worriedly. Dionysius did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at the silent man in the corner of the tent. Phoebides, what do you think the new king of Dionia wants? How can I guess what cunning people like you are thinking? Phoebides said straightforwardly and sarcastically, According to Sparta's way of doing things, we will either attack or retreat. We won't hesitate. Dionysius did not show any displeasure towards Phoebides' sarcasm. He turned to the intelligence officer, Androstini. What's the situation with Brudi? Sir, ever since the elder of Dionia, Sidorum, became the chief executive of Cosenza, he used bloody methods to suppress the rebellious tribes. He even gathered the leaders of the tribes and tortured Petaru and Bergum to death in front of them. Now, none of the tribes of Brudi dare to express their dissatisfaction towards Dionia. Because of this, my men haven't found any good solutions for now. Androstini's voice became softer and softer. Recently, the performance of the Hellenic Intelligence Department under his command was not satisfactory. First, when Legio VI was stationed in Cremissa, the military suddenly took over, causing him to lose many of his right-hand men. At the same time, he also lost the news of Cremissa. Then, when Turiae was placed under total lockdown, he could no longer get any information about the central region of Dionia. When the naval battle failed, he was even reprimanded by Dionysius. Now, even the only person who knew the situation in Brudi was no longer of any use to his men. I'm asking you about the movements of the Dionysian army in the Brudi region. Dionysius glared at him and asked impatiently. Androstini was still sweating profusely. He quickly said, Ever since the elder of Dionia, Helos, recruited 5,000 Lacanian warriors and went to Turiae, another elder, Helos, led more than 2,000 people to Laos, there has been no movement of troops in the Brudi region. Moreover, the source of Brudi's soldiers seems to have dried up. What about Laos? This was what Dionysius was most concerned about. Due to the Zig's tight blockade of the entire mountain path, our men can't find out the situation of the battle in Laos. Meanwhile, the spies in Laos haven't received any news yet. As soon as Androstini finished speaking, Phasapeses said, Sir, Laos is considered a big city on the west coast of Greece. Laos is considered a big city on the west coast of Greece, and Arabuma has been ruling over Laos for many years. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Dionians to take down Laos. Although Dionysius did not answer, he agreed with this view in his heart. This way, At least he did not have to worry about the problem of the rear for the time being. Therefore, he did not have to consider the problem of withdrawing the army back to Silatina for the time being. Dionysius knew very well that giving up on Crotone, which he had sacrificed a lot to obtain, and retreating back to Silatina would not only greatly dampen the morale of the soldiers and cause dissatisfaction among the generals, but it would also mean that Syracuse would give up on the offensive and adopt a defensive stance, allowing the Dionia to take the initiative in the war. As time passed, this would only worsen the situation of Syracuse's army in Greece. Therefore, he had to force the Dionia to engage in another battle as soon as possible. Phasapeses immediately led 2,000 people to fire arrows and igniters at the Crotone citadel on the hill with bows and ballistae. Dionysius ordered. The generals and ministers in the tent were stunned. "My lord, the citadel has the temple of Apollo." Damocles reminded him loudly, "I believe Apollo would never allow Hades to occupy Thurii for too long. That's why he protected us from taking over Crotone and allowed us to burn down Ciudad Crotone. Of course, he wouldn't mind our slight offense to his temple now." Dionysius laughed coldly in his heart, but patiently explained to them on the surface. "Besides, I don't plan to burn down the citadel. I just want the people of Crotone to panic and deplete their water supply, forcing them to seek help from Dionia." Dionysius's order was swiftly carried out. Dozens of ballistae and bows were carried to the foot of the hill by thousands of Syracuse soldiers. They began to fire fireballs and fire arrows at the citadel. In order to conserve their water supply, the terrified citizens of Crotone carried earth to extinguish the fire, which resulted in many being burned. Chapter 507. The commanders could not bear to see Crotone suffer, but the Devers knew that he could not let Syracuse take the initiative. If he led his army to cross the Neto River, he would fall right into Dionysius's trap. Time was more important. Just as Antonios had said, Helos would need time to take down Laus and lead his army to attack Syracuse's rear. Therefore, he needed to buy time until Helos's army successfully attacked Trine. By then, it would be Dionia's turn to take the initiative in the war. However, the Devers' beautiful plan was not so easy to realize. The people of Syracuse had been firing rockets at Crotone's citadel, and the people of Crotone had been fighting the fire nonstop, sending messengers to the Dionia camp again and again. After being rejected by the Devers, some messengers cried in front of the tent, "Please save the people of Crotone! We're running out of water, and everyone is drinking urine. But what about the children? My child is only 2 years old. I am willing to use my life in exchange for his life. Please save us." Some messengers cursed. "Devers, everyone says that you're a great general who has won every battle in Greece. But I think you're just a coward. People of Dionia, are your hearts made of iron? You're watching your allies struggling in the fire a few miles away, but you're not willing to help." "Uft! What do you mean by the people of Dionia always keep their promises? That's all a lie. You liars! Even if the tens of thousands of people of Crotone are smoked to death or burned to death, we'll curse you in hell." All the Dionia soldiers who heard their cries and curses lowered their heads in shame. Even Felicius Antonios and the other commanders pleaded with the Devers several times. One could imagine how much pressure the Devers were under. He sat alone in the tent, his hands tightly gripping the armrests of the wooden chair. Although he did not say a word, his heart was gradually loosening. After all, he had to watch tens of thousands of lives being burned to death because of him. How could divers remain indifferent to this? Fortunately, it was already evening. Considering that the Dionysian army couldn't cross the river at night, Syracuse stopped attacking Crotone's citadel. That night, Devers did not sleep well. He knew that even though he was lucky enough to escape today, the cruel and cunning Dionysius would continue to use this method to force him to fight tomorrow. What should he do then? What's the situation with Helos? There had been no news for so long. Although he had cultivated the great Tao, it was still slow to transmit news across the mountains. Lysias and Myron were even more troubled. Not only did they have to rescue the injured people, but they also had to worry about the increasing shortage of water. If it were not for Myron, who was well versed in military affairs, Lysias would have scolded the Dionia and the Devers for their ruthlessness. He even thought to himself, if I really can't hold on any longer, I might as well surrender like Syracuse in the Syracuse barracks. Dionysius was restless. The Devers' patience had shaken him. Could it be that the Dionia would rather watch their allies die than lend a helping hand? Perhaps the Devers really don't dare to fight us on land. If this goes on, it will be disadvantageous to Syracuse. Do we really have to retreat? That night, Dionysius could not sleep until he heard a commotion outside the tent. When the intelligence officer, Adrastini, broke into the tent, he had just turned over and sat up on the bed. What's going on? How can you be a guard captain? How can you just let someone break in? He scolded the guard captain who came in after him. Adrastini, who was next to him, was terrified. He hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Trembling, he said to me, "My lord, there's urgent news from Trine. Dionia has captured Laos." "What? Dionia has captured Laos so quickly? Is this news true?" Dionysius's expression changed drastically as he asked. "It's a spy who ambushed us in Laos. He risked being chased by Dionia and secretly rowed a boat to Trine. There's no doubt about it. It's said that Dionia instigated a riot among the poor people in Laos. They attacked from both inside and outside, and that's how they managed to capture Laos." Adrastini had calmed down and explained seriously. "Does this mean that Dionia in Laos will be heading south soon?" Dionysius muttered anxiously, "My lord, maybe we should retreat." Adrastini mustered his courage and said softly, "Retreat." Dionysius suddenly looked at him. The cold glint in his eyes scared Adrastini so much that he knelt down again. Dionysius stared at him, and a strange smile gradually appeared on his face. "You're right. We should retreat." After that, he turned to the guard captain and ordered, "Immediately inform Phasapises, Astagras, Acolita, Phoebidas, and the rest to come to the tent for a discussion." Adrastini heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Only then did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The next morning, the Croton plains was shrouded in a light fog. It made the warm seaside a little chilly. Divers woke up early in the morning to have breakfast. As usual, he had bread, oatmeal, and beef jerky, just like any other ordinary soldier. The only difference was that there was an extra fish. It was the catch of the Denian fleet stationed at the mouth of the Neto estuary when they had nothing better to do yesterday. They sent quite a lot to Divers, and he shared most of it with the escorts. Although the breakfast was good, the Devers did not have much of an appetite. At that moment, Marcius accompanied Wyzam into the tent. "Your Majesty, my men have brought good news. The enemy is dismantling their camp and retreating." The Devers were shocked when they heard the news from Wyzam. "My men snuck into the enemy's camp and heard the Syracuse soldiers whispering in panic. They said that Trine is under attack by the Dionysian army." Wyzam explained excitedly, "Has Lord Helos conquered Laos? Why didn't we receive any reports?" Marcius was confused when he heard the news, so he interrupted. "The time it takes to pass through the mountains in the west to get here is different from taking a boat to Canopetia and then to Trine," Wyzam explained. He then said excitedly, "Your Majesty, we dash." Before Wyzam could finish, Marcius also shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty." Seeing the desire in their eyes, the Devers knew what they wanted to express. Even the usually quiet and cautious guard Captain Marcius was like this, let alone the other soldiers. The morale of the army were like this. It was the general trend. The Devers sighed and said loudly, "Marcius, call Tormid. Tell him to inform all the commanders and the middle aides to come to the tent for a military meeting." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wyzam, order your soldiers to continue monitoring the enemy's movements. Report to me immediately after confirming that the enemy has retreated and crossed the Takanati River. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them performed a military salute and left as fast as the wind. After giving the order, Devers also felt relieved, and his body became much more relaxed. He turned around and sat down, grabbing a piece of bread and taking a bite. He was a little hungry now. Middle-aids. Yes, Your Majesty. Gather all the engineering battalions and put them under your command for now. Immediately build 4 pontoon bridges on the Neto River. You must provide all the ships needed. You must fulfill the requirements of the engineering battalions as soon as possible. No excuses. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, at the lower reaches of the Neto River, you must lead all the warships to ferry the soldiers across the river. After the entire army crosses the river, you must lead the fleet to the coast between Crotone and Silton. Monitor the movements of Syracuse's army. The specific measures are up to you. Yes, Your Majesty. Leads. Yes. Your cavalry will be the first to cross the river. I want you to withdraw all of them and monitor the enemy's retreat to the south. Report to me immediately. However, do not engage in battle with the enemy, especially when they encounter the hired cavalry. Yes, Your Majesty. Leeds was a little depressed. He knew that the Devers did not trust the cavalry. Although he was not satisfied, he had to admit that the foreign cavalry was indeed stronger than his men. He secretly clenched his fist. Commanders and commanders, come over here. Take a look at the location where your army and troops are going to cross the river. Make a final confirmation. I want you to organize your soldiers and cross the Neto River as soon as possible. Then quickly regroup. Can you do it? Yes. The commanders replied in unison. They crowded in front of the map and carefully looked at the marks that the Devers had made on the Neto River. Your Majesty, why does it look like you're making arrangements for a battle? It doesn't look like you're going to chase after the retreating enemy. Amyntas could not help but ask as he looked at the map. Not only him, but the other commanders also had similar doubts. The legions lined up along the river and crossed the river at the same time. After crossing the river, they quickly formed their own columns. The positions of each legion seemed to be special. Also, the cavalry was not sent to chase after the enemy, but to scout. The Devers scanned them with a deep gaze and said in a deep voice, "There's no rush in chasing after the enemy. As long as Syracuse retreats, we will follow the enemy. A large army like that will eventually fall into chaos. I'm worried that the enemy will retreat and then return. You must know that the commander of Syracuse's army, Dionysius, is a cunning man. I'd rather be cautious than take a risk, especially now that we have the upper hand in the war." When it was almost noon, the fog had dissipated under the continuous sunlight. Chapter 508. The regimental commanders, platoon leaders, company leaders, and platoon leaders of Dionia had made meticulous arrangements. The Neto River became very lively at that moment. Nearly 60,000 Dionia soldiers, who had been waiting in formation, began to rush to their destination under the leadership of their respective team officers. The First Legion's crossing position was close to the estuary. As the commander of the 1st Company of the 4th Brigade of the 1st Legion, Leotychides followed the army's arrangement and led 200 soldiers of the company in a neat formation, waiting by the shore. In front of them was a 3-tiered warship that was 30 meters long and 6 meters tall. "Hey, Persosis," Leotychides' pseudonym in Dionia, "let's compete to see whose company can reach the other side of the river first." "Get into formation," shouted Hetberus, the commander of another company next to him. Before Leotychides could answer, the soldiers shouted, "The 2nd Company should take a good look at their own training. How dare they compare themselves to us? Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? But if we lose, we'll have to do frog jumps. Hey, what's going on? Why aren't we getting on the ship? They've already started to leave. All of you, be quiet. Stay focused." Leotychides roared, and the entire company immediately became quiet. Leotychides' company training was extremely strict. He was also strict and inflexible. Soldiers who did not take their training seriously would be punished with corporal punishment or even beaten and scolded. Many citizens who had just joined his company felt that it was intolerable and requested to be transferred to other companies. But Leotizides, in every corps tournament, not only was he the best in individual officer competitions and tactical competitions, but his company often came out on top in formations, attacks, defenses, encampments, sieges, and so on. Because of this, there were many citizens who admired him and volunteered to join his company. The soldiers respected and feared him at the same time. "You can board the ship now," shouted the captain of the warship to the company on the shore. "Team 1, Team 2, upload." Leotychides immediately shouted. The front-line soldiers of the two squads quickly put the 10-meter-long ladder on the side of the ship. After the hook at the top hooked onto the wooden railing, the soldiers quickly climbed up the deck one by one. Soon, the two squads, a total of 100 people, had all boarded the warship. The waterline of the entire warship had also sunk by a notch. Fortunately, this was close to the estuary, so the river was relatively deep. Furthermore, each company was temporarily responsible for building a simple dock that was not too long. The warship lifted the anchor, turned the rudder, extended the oars, and began to glide southward, picking up speed. Even downstream, the width of the Neto River was no more than 80 meters. The warship quickly reached the other side. After the soldiers disembarked, the warship returned at an even faster speed. In less than 10 minutes, the entire company had assembled on the south bank of Neto. At this time, Leotychides smiled, obviously satisfied with the soldiers' performance. "Pythias," he cried, "here." "The first division's," leader responded loudly. "Go and ask the second company if they're ready." "Yes." When Pythias ran over, the soldiers of the company laughed. Soon, there was a shout from the side. "Didn't your company not agree? That's why we slowed down. You're cheating." The soldiers of the first company laughed even louder. Leotychides actually liked the lively atmosphere of cooperation and competition in the Legion of Dionysia. It allowed him to relive the intimate scenes of fighting with other soldiers in Sparta, and it also allowed him to forget the suffocating pain of the past. He looked forward and thought to himself, Captain Septimus should be blowing the bugle to assemble the company. On the north bank of the Neto River, Devers stood on horseback on high ground, looking down at the thousands of soldiers on the riverbank. Under the guidance of the military flag, they stepped onto the pontoon bridge in an orderly manner and advanced towards the south bank. No one knew which officer came up with the idea to have the company sing the Song of the Hades loudly to overcome the soldiers' fear of the swaying pontoon bridge when crossing the river. But soon, the song rang through the entire river, and each battalion and company sang their own song, as if they were competing to see who sang better and louder, and who would have more fighting power on the 4 pontoon bridges, for long dragons advanced quickly towards the unknown south bank. Banners fluttered, and the song soared. This scene made the Devers who were looking down feel excited, and their faces flushed. After years of hard work, the Dionia alliance had actually built such a large army. "Your Majesty, shouldn't we set off?" Capys reminded him. "You can't wait to." Davus smiled. The Devers arranged for Capys's spear brigade to be the last to cross the river, although Capys knew there must be a deeper meaning behind it. When the soldiers saw that the other legions had already crossed the river, they naturally could not wait to cross the river as well. This time, the newly formed troops were not as disciplined as the other legions, so it was normal for them to behave like this. The Devers did not make things difficult for Capys. He turned around and said, "We have also crossed the river." The guards immediately cheered and clustered around the Devers. Hundreds of cavalrymen galloped down from the riverbank, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Sir, the cavalry of Dionia is approaching." A scout rushed all the way and reported urgently. Dionysius, who was at the rear of the army and slowly advancing toward Siriton, heard the news and immediately became spirited. "How many cavalry?" "About 1,000 cavalry. No matter how many cavalry of Dionia come, they are just going to die. I will lead my men and kill them all now." Aeaclida asked loudly, "Don't worry. Dionysius, however, was relieved and smiled. Dionia has crossed the river at once. With so many cavalry, their infantry must be following them. Aeaclida, if you lead the cavalry now, you will scare away the enemy that I have spent so much effort to lure across the river. Then what should we Namibians do? Aeaclida still did not understand what Dionysius meant. Your cavalry continue to retreat. Dionysius stared at Aeaclida and then at Gubra, who did not speak at the side. He gave clear instructions loudly. It was not until the two nodded reluctantly that he was relieved. He then said to the attendant, "Let the orderly rush to the front of the troops and inform the Facipizes to lead the troops back." "Yes, sir." At the port of Laos, more than 6,000 Dionia soldiers were boarding the ships, one after another. "Sir Bagul, I will have to trouble you to stay for a few more days regarding Laos," Helos said to Bagul, who came to see them off. "Don't worry," Bagul responded solemnly. "Although I am eager to go to the battlefield with you and participate in the battle. As a member of the Senate, I understand the importance of Laos to the alliance. I will handle the affairs here until the people sent by the Senate come to take over." Helos also said solemnly, "Sir Bagul, I also ask you to rest assured, whether it is the Brudi soldiers or the Lacanian soldiers, I will treat them equally. When the war is over, I will try my best to let them all go home safely." Bagul laughed heartily. "I am most relieved to hand my brothers over to you, Sir Helos. I have already warned them to strictly follow your orders. If they violate it, you can punish them according to the military law." "Thank you." Helos sincerely expressed his gratitude to Bagul. At this moment the messenger arrived. "Sir, the soldiers have boarded the ship. Please give your instructions." When Helos heard this, he immediately looked toward the city. There was a hint of impatience on his face. He said to Bagul again, "His Majesty is anxiously waiting for our operation. We have been delayed for a day, yesterday. Time is tight. Sir Henepolis is not here yet. I will not wait for him. Please convey my apologies to him." Wait a little longer. He should be here soon." Bagul advised with a strange expression. "Henepolis said he has something very important to tell you." "Something very important?" Xylos looked suspiciously at the strange expression on Bagula's face and asked, "What is it?" Wait for him." Bagul was thinking about how to evade when a clear voice came from behind him. "Sir Helos, I have kept you waiting." Hearing this, Bagul breathed a sigh of relief. Xylos, on the other hand, widened his eyes because the person walking towards him was Henepolis in full military uniform. "Do I need to wear armor to send him off?" Helos remembered that even when Laos was recaptured and the army entered the city, this young consul was still dressed casually. Just when he was a little puzzled, Henepolis came to him with 50 similarly armed soldiers. "Sir Helos, let's go." "Go? With you?" Helos thought he had misheard. "When I left Turiai, His Majesty the Devers had promised me to be his clerk and witness the war. Moreover, as an ally of Dionia, Laos has a duty to participate in the coming battle, so I'm going to fulfill my duty," Henepolis said with a serious expression, but there was a hint of delight in his words. But what about Laos? The Archon had actually left Laos when there were so many things waiting to be done. This was why Xylos found it hard to believe. "You and Bagul handled the affairs of the city well yesterday. I have already spoken to Sir Bagul, and had Aliandos cooperate fully with him. There are no problems, am I right, Sir Bagul?" Henepolis winked at Bagul. Chapter 509. "Let's go, Lord Siros, or else we'll be delayed again," Henepolis urged proudly as he led his guards towards the bridge. Helos had no choice but to accept the fact that Henepolis was accompanying the army. He solemnly saluted Bagul. "I'll leave Laos to you." The slightly guilty Bagul returned the salute solemnly. "Don't worry. May Hades protect you as you break through the enemy's siege in the south." The Devers had just crossed the Neto River when they received a report from their herald. Tormid. Your Majesty, a group of Syracuse scouts have appeared in front of us. Our cavalry is pursuing them. Led's cavalry had already been deployed, right? Why didn't they discover them? They even managed to break through our army's formation. The Devers's calm voice was dignified. The kind-hearted Tormid hurriedly explained, "It's reported that the enemy cavalry hid behind the ruins of Ciudad Crotone. That's why they weren't discovered. Now, Leds has regrouped his troops and is preparing to thoroughly investigate the ruins of Ciudad Crotone." Dionysius really put in a lot of effort in order to find out our army's movements. The Devers mocked. He sat high up on his horse and looked ahead. His field of vision was filled with small phalanxes of Dionia soldiers. His expression turned solemn. "I'm afraid that my worst-case scenario is becoming a reality." Tormid. "Yes. Inform all the soldiers to equip themselves and march south at normal speed. Tell Leds not to disperse his cavalry to investigate Ciudad Crotone. I want his cavalry to follow Syracuse's army closely and report the enemy's movements at all times. At the same time, do your best to conceal our army's movements. Leave the investigation of Ciudad Crotone to the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid asked softly, "Do we need to inform the Crotone people in Acropolis that we've crossed the river?" Devers pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Send someone to tell Lysias. Just say that we are leading an army to rescue them, and that there might be a fierce battle with Syracuse's army. Ask them to send as many troops as possible to rendezvous." "Understood, Your Majesty." Tormid immediately turned around and gave the order to the orderlies. "My lord, my subordinates have returned." Achelida galloped to the front of Dionysius and said, "We sent out 10 people, but only 2 came back and they were all injured. Although their horsemanship was superb, they had to pass through the encirclement of so many enemies. I know. You've done a meritorious deed, and you'll be rewarded handsomely." Dionysius interrupted his complaint impatiently. "Tell me quickly, how's the situation?" "The Dionia's army has crossed the river, and there are a lot of them." The level of civilization of the Namibians was far lower than that of Carthage and Greece. After the number reached 10,000, most of them could not even count it clearly. Dionysius listened to Achelida's exaggerated words, and his original worry dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face. Retreating because the rear was attacked was just an illusion to lure the enemy to cross the river. He only had one goal in mind, to defeat the army of Dionia. Only by achieving this goal could they completely get rid of the predicament of Syracuse's army. Dionysius was very clear about this from the beginning to the end. He glanced at Phoebidas next to him, and Phoebidas nodded at him firmly. Dionysius decisively ordered the entire army to stop advancing, turn around immediately, cross the Tecanati River, and march north quickly. At this moment, his army had passed the south bank of the Tecanati River, and the entire army was about 10 miles away from the Neto River. It would take more than 2 hours to reach the river normally, so he must move quickly to avoid the enemy realizing that they were tricked and fleeing back to the north bank of the Neto River. However, it would probably take more than a few hours for an army of tens of thousands to cross the Neto River, and he had enough time. Near noon, the fleet entered the port of Nepetia. The port of Clypetia was not large. Although it was expanded by 2 governors after being incorporated into the Dionia alliance, the port's innate conditions were not good, and its capacity to accommodate ships had not been significantly improved. Therefore, the transport ships could only slowly queue up to enter the port one after another. "Lord Xylos, welcome to our city. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. When I heard that you were coming this time, I came to the port early to wait for you." Assists gave Helos, who had just disembarked from the ship, a warm hug, and then said, "His Majesty is really cruel. For the past few years, he has either let me stay in Lucania or sent me to this remote, broody region. He did not give me any leisure time to have a good time with old brothers like you. When you were appointed as the governor of Cosenza, I wanted to go to Cosenza to congratulate you, but I did not expect the war to break out so soon. Assists could not stop talking excitedly, but Helos only replied with one sentence. His Majesty is doing it for your own good. Of course. His Majesty treats me like a brother. He won't blame me even if I complain a little, Assists cheekily teased. Sir Assists, nice to meet you. Henepolis stepped forward to greet him. When Henepolis came to Turiai to study, Assists had already gone to Nudum. He only saw Henepolis a few times every time he returned to Turiai to report to the Devers, but he had a deep impression of the only boy who lived in the Devers mansion. Sir Henepolis, it's a pleasure to meet you. Assists immediately returned the greeting warmly. Then he seemed to remember something and looked confused. Since you are here, it means that Laos has been taken back. Shouldn't you be in Laos reorganizing the affairs of the city-state that has just gone through a war? There was a hint of lecturing in his words, but Henepolis did not mind. He said calmly, Sir Bagul is in charge of Laos now, and he is doing a good job. I have to fulfill my promise to His Majesty and serve as his military secretary, so I came with Sir Helos. I heard that Sir Assists is His Majesty's first military secretary. I would like to ask you to teach me more about how to be His Majesty's military secretary. The Assists laughed, but his eyes glanced at Helos. Seeing Helos nod at him, he said, No problem, we can talk together. I think you will definitely do better than me, because I don't have good writing skills like you. Back then, I received a lot of criticism from His Majesty, just as the Assists humbly encouraged Henepolis. A person behind him stood up. Sir Helos, we have been waiting for you for a long time. You are. Helos looked at the stranger who spoke. Let me introduce you. The Assists hurriedly said, This is the general of Treen Blomalas. After the defeat of the Southern Alliance, he led the people in the city to retreat to Nepetia, avoiding the tragic fate of Silton. Blomalas said solemnly, Sir Helos, the people of Treen will fight with you to take back our home. Your wish will come true very soon, Helos promised confidently. And this, the Assists pointed at the man beside him and introduced him to Helos. This is the captain of the triple-oared warship of the Dionysian fleet, Vralios. He has been waiting for you in Nepetia for a day under the orders of the commander of the navy, Sicerian. Vralios took a step forward and saluted. Sir Helos, our fleet is now anchored at the port of Torina. General Sicerian has ordered me to discuss with you. Once I get the time for your attack on Treen, I will immediately return and inform General Sicerian. He will lead a fleet of 4,000 soldiers from Ligyum to land on the coast of Hibernian and cut off the route of Rockley's reinforcements. After hearing this, Helos could not help but sigh. Now that our navy is strong, it will be of greater help to the army's attack. He turned his head to look at the port. There were only a few hundred soldiers coming ashore. The transport ships were lined up one after another, extending all the way out of the port. He turned back to look at Blomalas. The Treen general was looking at him expectantly. General Blomalas, how many soldiers do you have under you? Helos suddenly asked. 500. Blomalas saw Helos frown and added, Including the older citizens, I can lead 900 people to fight with you. How many soldiers can Nepetia send? Helos asked Assists again. Nepetia has 1,500 soldiers in reserve. I can send 1,000 to support you, Assists said without hesitation. How many enemies are there in Treen? Helos asked again. According to our investigations these few days, there might be 4,000 people, but more than half of them are Hibernian and Medma's militia, Blomalas replied. Helos lowered his head and thought for a while. He made up his mind and said in a low voice, I will return to the ship now and lead the fleet to land on the coast of Ophelia Plains. We will march on Treen. Chapter 510. That's exactly what General Sicerian wants. Vralios immediately agreed. The soldiers rested for an entire day yesterday and stayed on the ships today. They're still full of energy and stamina. But look at us now. Helos pointed at the densely packed transport ships at the docks and anxiously said, 6,000 soldiers have come ashore, and I don't know how long we'll have to wait. Besides, I've been the chief executive of Cosenza, and I know how big Canapiscia is. Just helping to settle down the refugees from Treen would probably fill up the entire city. Don't worry about the accommodation. I'll do my best to arrange it. If there's really no place to stay, we can camp outside the city, Assist said confidently. I know that there are mountains outside Canapiscia. Instead of camping here, I might as well camp on the plains in front. The soldiers will sleep better there. Helos was unmoved and continued, besides, you've been monitoring Treen's movements, and I'm afraid the enemies of Treen are also keeping an eye on this place. Our fleet has been waiting outside the port for so long. How could the enemies not know? Now that they know we're here, even if Hibernian is attacked, they'll still strengthen their defense against Treen. If that's the case, why don't I lead the army to attack Treen first and attract the Hibernian defenders to come to our rescue, while Sicerian leads the Legim to attack the defenseless Hibernian. That way, the chances of success will be higher. After he said that, the others were a little moved. In fact, Assists and Vrelios knew that Sicerian had a selfish motive for coming up with that plan. He wanted the Dionia army to gain more achievements. But Helos didn't care about achievements at the moment. He was more concerned about how to benefit the overall situation. Actually, whether it's attacking Treen or Hibernian, it's not the most important. The most important thing is... Helos looked at the Assists and said solemnly His Majesty's army is now facing off against the army of Syracuse in Crota. The earlier we attack the enemy's rear, the earlier we can put them in a passive position and let His Majesty take the initiative. Only then can we defeat Syracuse's main force and obtain victory. I've already wasted a lot of time in Laos. We need to act now. Deeply moved by Xylo's heartfelt words, Assists immediately said, I understand Xylos is the Lord. I won't stop you from landing in Euphemia. I'll organize people to transport food and supplies for the troops. I'll also gather 1,000 soldiers and set off by land to meet you in Euphemia. Lord Helos, I'll gather the Treen citizens now. They've been waiting for this day for a long time. Blomalis said excitedly, Lord Helos, my warship will go with you. I want General Syracuse to receive the news as soon as possible. Flarios said immediately, All right, let's meet in Treen. Helos solemnly saluted. Sai, I prepared a banquet tonight, and I wanted to invite you to my house as a guest. You can also meet my wife and children. It seems like there's no chance this time. The assist sighed and gave a few instructions to a port official beside him. The official hurriedly ran to the dock and commanded the ships to clear the channel so that the transport ships could leave the port smoothly. Lord Helos, may the Hades bless you on your journey. After giving his sincere blessing, the assists asked, Lord Henepolis, would you like to come to my house as a guest? I can also talk to you about how to be a good clerk to His Majesty. Henepolis was a little tempted. He turned to look at Helos. Helos suggested, You should stay in Canapiscia. It won't be too late to meet His Majesty after he leads the army into the Ophelia plains. Henepolis hesitated for a moment and finally said, Lord Assists, thank you for your invitation. I came with Lord Helos, so I'll go with him. After being attacked by Syracuse's rockets for half a day yesterday, Lysias and the others led the citizens to work until evening. They were tired and thirsty, so they directly fell on the square outside the temple and slept until dawn. The rocket attack from Syracuse, which they were most worried about, did not come again. Looking down the mountain from the Acropolis, they did not see a single enemy. After a discussion, the surprised Lysias, Myron, and the others decided to send people out to investigate. In fact, the Acropolis had sent many messengers to the Dionia camp yesterday, and each time they returned safely, they were already aware of the intentions of the Syracuse people. However, This only slightly reduced the resentment of Lysias and the other Crotone higher-ups towards Dionia for not lending a helping hand. The scouts quickly returned to the Acropolis and reported. Not only were there no enemies in the city, even the Syracuse camp outside the city had disappeared. Lysias looked at Myron in surprise and joy and said in disbelief, "Could it be that Syracuse has retreated?" "It's very possible." Myron pondered and said, "If the Syracuse army is attacking the Dionia camp on the north bank of the Neto River, they won't tear down their own camp. Then we can leave the Acropolis," Sesprotus said, excitedly licking his dry lips. His words received enthusiastic responses from the others. They had not drunk water for half a day, and everyone's throats were smoking. Lysias could not make up his mind and asked hesitantly, "Myron, what do you think?" "As far as I know, Dionysius is an extremely cunning person. He might have deliberately lured us out of the city, and then let his thousands of cavalry return quickly. More than half of us are women, children, and elderly. Once we leave the Acropolis, it'll be very difficult to escape their pursuit." Myron said worriedly, "Are we going to stay in the Acropolis and die of thirst just because we're worried that it's a trick by the Syracuse people?" Sesprotus asked loudly, "Of course not." Myron said seriously, "We can continue to send people to the south to investigate the movements of the Syracuse people. At the same time, we can send messengers to the Dionia on the north bank of the Neto River to ask for protection. We can also ask them to send a fleet to transport water to the port, and while there are no enemies in the city, we can transport the water to the Acropolis." "Good idea, let's do that!" Lysias immediately made the decision, and the others agreed. At this moment, the messengers sent by the Devers arrived at the Acropolis. The news that the Dionia army had crossed the river excited the higher-ups of Crotone, but the Devers' speculation that there might be a battle with the Syracuse people made them nervous. "Although I was a little dissatisfied with the indifference of the Dionia people, I don't want them to come over if they really cross the river." Lysias said with a serious expression, "That's right." Myron felt the same way. He said with mixed feelings, according to the messenger's description, the Dionysian army has about 55,000 people, and according to the situation of the Syracuse army attacking the city, they probably have no less than 70,000 soldiers. That's a difference of more than 10,000 people. If Dionia and Syracuse really fight here today, we must support Dionia with all our strength. Otherwise, that's a must. If Dionia loses, we'll all become the slaves of that Sicilian tyrant." Sesprotus had arrived at the meeting hall of Crotone's higher-ups. He said in a loud voice, "We, the Trine people, have decided to immediately rendezvous with the Dionia army." The councillors of Crotone looked at each other and started discussing among themselves. Finally, Lysias said loudly, "We, the Crotone, will also send General Myron and half of the Crotone militia to join the Dionia army." Myron squeezed out a smile. "I'll be bringing the citizen soldiers to ask for a glass of water." He wanted to lighten up the atmosphere in the meeting hall, but everyone looked nervous. No one laughed, just as Crotone gathered more than 4,000 soldiers, and Sesprotus led nearly 900 Trine people down the mountain. The Dionia army had arrived at the front of the former camp of Syracuse. Dionysius relied on his strong military strength, other than building a more rigorous defense on the side facing Aspustum. He only set up earth ramparts and wooden fences on the side of the camp located in the heart of Crotone. He did not even dig a trench. He even hoped that the Crotone people would come out of the city to attack the camp so that they could deal a heavy blow to them. Therefore, when they retreated, they just needed to push down the earth ramparts, and it would not hinder the advance of the Dionysian army. At this moment, the Devers received a report from the scouts. The Syracuse army had stopped retreating and quickly turned around, approaching them. The enemy cavalry had also begun to attack, driving away the Dionia cavalry. As expected, Dionysius had come, as they had guessed and prepared for this beforehand. The Devers were not too surprised. The more he thought about it, the more he ordered. Everyone retreat slowly, and at the same time, Be wary of the enemy cavalry's attack. Inform leads not to clash with the enemy's cavalry. Retreat first. Although puzzled, Tormid still hurried to issue the military order. As the Dionysian army did not march in the usual way after crossing the river, they lined up and marched south together in a wide front. The army of more than 50,000 people stretched for 7 to 8 miles from west to east. In order to ensure the speedy delivery of military orders, the Devers and Tormid discussed a plan, which was to set up 2 messengers 1,000 meters behind the entire army, to ensure that the Devers could deliver orders to and fro the army quickly and conveniently. Chapter 5:11. The messenger did not answer, but emphasized again, "This is an order from the King of Devers." Martones was speechless. He ordered angrily, "Tell all the captains to retreat with your brothers. Retreat very slowly." For the experienced commanders, they did not need more detailed instructions from the Devers. They all knew how to deal with the incoming cavalry. They sent the 7th Battalion of the Legion to the front. When the Namibian cavalry and Celtic cavalry chased the Dionia cavalry to the front of the Dionia formation, they saw the long infantry formation retreating. Behind the heavy infantry was a line of light infantry. The light infantry shot arrows at the enemy, preventing the Namibian cavalry from getting close to the formation and throwing their javelins. Although these foreigners were fierce, they would not be stupid enough to attack such a huge formation. They stopped the pursuit and kept a safe distance from the Dionysian army. "What did you say?" "The Dionia are retreating." Dionysius, who had just crossed the east bank of the Tekanati River, heard Akelita's report and became even more anxious. He was afraid that the Dionia would realize that they were tricked and retreat quickly. If they retreated to the north bank of the Neto River before he arrived with his army, then all the efforts of the past 2 days would be in vain. Order the troops to speed up. Don't let the enemy escape. Yes. Wait, Phoebides suddenly shouted. Although Dionysius was unhappy that he interrupted his order, he also knew that there must be a reason for this quiet Sparta man to speak at this critical moment. "You just said that the formation of the Dionia is at the back. You used the word formation." "Why?" Phoebides asked Akelita directly. Akelita hated Phoebides's rude tone, but he knew that the Sparta people were not to be trifled with. He said impatiently, "Yes, I said formation, because the Dionia are retreating in formation." Dionysius's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. "What kind of array?" Phoebides asked. Akelita thought for a while and drew a horizontal line on the ground with the tip of his foot. "Like this, it's very long." Phoebides bent down and looked at the ground before asking, "Which direction are we in?" "Here." Achille used the tip of his toe to point in front of the horizontal line. Phoebides's guess was confirmed. He raised his head and looked at Dionysius. He said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the new king of Dionia is already prepared for our plan. He's laying out a huge net, waiting for us to rush into it. By that time, your soldiers will be exhausted and will not have a complete formation. They will not be a match for the Dionia at all. What awaits you is only failure." Dionysius looked down at the ground that Akelita had just brushed with his foot and fell into deep thought. Although he did not want to believe that the young man of Dionia had seen through the baiting plan that he had painstakingly carried out, and he was being lured by the other party, Phoebides's words were like a slap in the face, making his face burn. Fortunately, this war was a matter of life and death, so he did not have the mood to care about this. He just coughed a few times and said, "So what do you think we should do now?" "Stop moving forward immediately, arrange the formation, and press forward at a normal speed." Phoebides used his foot to draw another horizontal line in front of the horizontal line. "If we do this, it will take too long, and the Dionia people may escape," Dionysius said worriedly. As a bystander, Phoebides was able to maintain a calm state of mind. It's better to let them escape than to be defeated by them. Dionysius was silent after hearing this. He was indeed worried about the gains and losses in his heart, and he was extremely conflicted. He turned his head back and looked at the dust that was stirred up by the huge, hurriedly marching troops behind him. Then he looked at the densely packed soldiers quickly passing in front of his escorts. Although the armors, shields, and spears were still on their shoulders, the linings had been soaked with sweat, and the rapid breathing sounds were mixed together, even a little deafening. Looking ahead again, the vast Croton plain was unusually quiet, except for the occasional mercenary cavalry galloping. But the army of Dionia might be waiting for them in a place where he could not see. Dionysius hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind. Phoebidas, do as you say. I've decided that you will arrange the formation. Phoebidas did not refuse and looked excited. This was exactly what he wanted. Do I need to call all my men back? Aeaclida asked. You and Gubra's cavalry continue to repel the enemy cavalry, to prevent them from spying on our formation. And at the same time, you have to keep a close eye on the enemy's movements. Phoebidas began to give orders. Also, tell me the details of the formation that Dionia has arranged. It was already past noon, and there was still no sign of the Syracuse army. The Devers were puzzled. Fortunately, although the Dionia cavalry was suppressed and could not observe the enemy, the Dionysian fleet was running amuck on the sea. They had already circled to the coast of the southern plains of Croton. As they did not find the Syracuse army that was supposed to be retreating, the puzzled Mytilades decisively sent a clipper to quietly land on a secluded beach and sent sailors ashore to investigate. It did not take long for them to discover the secret of the Syracuse army. It turned out that the Syracuse army was arranging the formation. When they received the news from the clipper, the Devers had mixed feelings. They could not tell if it was regret or anticipation. He whispered to himself, It seems that you, Dionysius, are still cautious. Since you are not coming, I will go over. Let us have a fair battle. Command, turn around, and march south. The Devers suddenly gave the order in a loud voice. Why are we going south again? Many soldiers were puzzled and dissatisfied with the repeated orders. However, the commanders and senior team officers had a premonition that the battle was approaching. Battle enthusiasts such as Amyntas and Metones were already excited. Reporting to your majesty, 5,000 reinforcements from Crotone and Trine have arrived. When the Devers heard this, they were excited. That's great. Who is the commander? Trine is Cypros, Crotone is Myron. The Devers was stunned. Myron? The Myron who was banished by Crotone? Yes, your majesty. I have confirmed it. It is him. After the outbreak of this war, he was recalled by Crotone. After the fall of Ciudad Crotone, he was urgently elected as a general by the people of Citadel. Tormid knew that the Devers would have questions, so he did some research beforehand. The two generals were old acquaintances. After the Second Crotone War, the Devers had some understanding of Myron's commanding ability. They had frequent contact with Cypros. The Devers even thought that he was a broad-minded, quick-witted politician who could see the big picture the best in the city-state of the Southern Alliance. Both of them were capable. The Devers felt relieved. He asked again, Are the reinforcements led by them all heavy infantry? Only 300 light infantry. The rest are heavy infantry, Tormid replied. If that is the case, the Devers thought for a moment and said, Let them line up at the left end of the First Legion and march with the main army. Line up at the far left end? Tormid, who knew the Devers' battle plan, asked worriedly, Your Majesty, that may be the main point of the enemy's attack. Can they stop the enemy? The people of Syracuse took over their city and slaughtered their families. Their hatred for Syracuse is far greater than ours. Their fighting spirit is stronger than our soldiers. I believe that they will not retreat, even if they have to fight to the last man. The Devers said slowly and firmly, I understand. Tormid did not hesitate any more. He turned around and was about to gallop towards the messengers, but was stopped by the Devers again. Tell Myron and Cypros personally that due to the urgency of the situation, I can't go and greet them. The war is coming. I hope they are fully prepared and work together to take revenge on the people of Syracuse who invaded our homeland and slaughtered our people. Yes, your majesty. Tormid saluted excitedly. The army of Crotone and Trine went down the hill and made a detour to the north gate of the city. Along the way, they saw nothing but ruins and ruins, which increased the anger in the soldiers' hearts. Myron and Cypros finally managed to control the small number of Namibian cavalry that came to harass them, and finally caught up with the army of Dionia that was marching south. After receiving the orders from Tormid, Myron and Cypros were relieved. As their troops came from the east, they were at the far left end of the entire Dionia army formation. They only needed to spread out and connect with the First Legion of Dionia. They did not need to waste any more energy. After all, the soldiers were panting from the journey. Seeing that the two generals were a little relaxed, Tormid could not help but remind them, "Sirs, according to His Majesty's analysis before the war, our left wing will be the focus of the enemy's attack. You must be vigilant." "Why?" Myron and Cypros asked in unison. Chapter 512. Cypros was deep in thought. Myron, a native of Crotone, reminded, "The Tekanati River can be crossed by foot. Be careful. The Syracuse will not only focus their attack on the left flank." Tormid smiled. "We have done a thorough reconnaissance beforehand. As far as we know, the upper part of the Tekanati River is difficult to cross by foot. Hence, His Majesty the Devers has ordered that the 7th Legion, which is at the far right of the formation, must not cross the middle of the Tekanati River." Tormid's explanation made Myron and Cypros even more solemn. Syracuse's heavy infantry is not weak, and they have a large number of them. They will definitely arrange the foreign cavalry to attack us from this side. Although we Crotone are not afraid of death, but Myron looked troubled. Although he did not participate in the Battle of the Rametta River, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Syracuse's infantry broke through the city in one day during the siege of Crotone. He had also learned from the soldiers how powerful the mercenary cavalry was. "If we can't stop Syracuse's attack from the left flank, it will affect the outcome of the battle." At this time, Cypros continued, since His Majesty the Devers had purposely set up this formation to guide Syracuse to focus their attack on the left flank, he must have a countermeasure. "That's right," Tormid said with a straight face. "Dionia's strongest 1st and 2nd Legion will support the entire left flank with you. I believe that no matter how many enemies there are, they will not be able to defeat you easily. On your left, there are more than 1,500 cavalrymen from Dionia to stop the enemy cavalry from attacking our flank. Most importantly," Tormid had a strange expression on his face. "Behind you, there will be a brigade of lances. They will be responsible for defeating the enemy cavalry and counterattacking. A company of less than 1,000 people wanted to decide the victory of the left wing." Both Myron and Cypros were puzzled because they both knew Dionia better. They knew that the Dionysian army was relatively fixed, unlike the general Greek city-states, where the number of troops and the organization of the army were very different every time they went to war. So they were sure that they had never heard of the Spear Brigade in all the legions of the Dionia alliance before. Was it a newly formed army after the outbreak of the war? If so, would it be so powerful? The two of them looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. Tormid smiled mysteriously. "You will know before the battle begins." As the Dionia army advanced steadily, the Syracuse mercenary cavalry began to retreat rapidly. The distance between the two armies of Dionia and Syracuse was only 9 miles. After more than an hour of marching, they were getting closer to the army of Syracuse. When the sun in the middle of the sky began to move to the west, Dionysius, who was in the center of the formation, heard a loud crash. Crash! The sound came from the front, getting louder and louder. Even the ground began to tremble slightly. The war horse under him began to become restless, neighing nonstop. Dionysius patted its neck angrily, signaling it to calm down. The attendant next to him saw this and hurried over to calm the war horse down. "The people of Dionia are coming." he whispered to the attendant with a solemn look. After a while, they saw a gray cloud of dust rising from afar, slowly drifting towards them. As the dust cloud advanced, it became larger and larger, extending endlessly to the east and west. It was as if a storm was coming, and the clouds were getting thicker and thicker in the sky. It was suffocating, and people could not help but think about how terrifying the power it was brewing and was about to explode. Although Syracuse had more troops, the soldiers who had hastily completed the formation had not yet had the time to experience and integrate into the huge phalanx. Therefore, they were all nervous as they faced the mountain-like and tide-like Dionia army. Dionysius frowned and said anxiously, "Hurry to the right flank and urge Phoebidas to complete his plan as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the enemy is about to attack." "Yes, sir." The messenger galloped away. Dionysius stared ahead with a solemn expression. The enormous belt of dust had already stopped advancing 600 to 700 meters away. Then they could hear the rising and falling sounds of bugles, military drums, shouts, as well as the sound of fragmented footsteps and the clashing of armors, shields, and spears. Dionysius knew that the Dionia army was reorganizing their formation, which was why he was very anxious. Although the messenger had only left for a short while, it felt like he had been gone for a long time. As time continued to pass, the noise coming from the other side gradually became softer and softer until it disappeared. In the end, it was so quiet that it was as if the noise from before was just an auditory hallucination, as if it had never existed in the first place. Only the dust that filled the sky gradually dissipated. "Sir, General Phoebidas has completed his formation. He hopes that you can buy some time so that the soldiers can catch their breaths." The messenger hurried back and reported while panting. Dionysius understood what he meant. He looked ahead. At this time, the cloud of dust had dissipated, revealing a huge Dionysian army in his field of vision. Under the sun, the tightly arranged armors, shields, and spears on the soldiers reflected a dazzling cold light, like an endless steel wall. However, unlike the previous battle at the Ramata River, Dionysius saw not only black, but also yellow, green, and several other colors intertwined in the huge phalanx. This showed that although Dionia had put together a shocking number of troops, they could not guarantee that every soldier would be equipped with their so-called standard equipment. This gave Dionysius a little more confidence. He said to the attendant beside him, "Go tell the Dionia that I want to speak to their new king." The attendant nodded to show that he understood. He galloped out on his horse and galloped towards the opposite army. When he was about 50 meters away from the Dionia, he reined in his horse and shouted, "The king of the Devers of Dionia, Lord Dionysius, the plenipotentiary general of Syracuse, wants to speak to you in front of the army." The king of the Devers of Dionia. A messenger had already reported the Syracuse people's shouts to Divers, who was at the rear of the army formation. The Devers pondered for a moment and said to Tormid, "Why do you think Dionysius wants to speak to me, Your Majesty?" Tormid thought for a moment and said, "Dionysius was probably curious about the appearance of the opponent that gave him such a headache." The Devers could not help but laugh at Tormid's subtle flattery. "I don't have time to play such childish games with him." Divers paused for a moment before asking, "Is the Spear Brigade in position?" "Yes, Your Majesty, and according to your orders, they did not raise their spears," Tormid replied. "That's because they are afraid that the roaming Syracuse mercenaries will notice something unusual. Don't underestimate the tyrant of Sicily. He is very vigilant." The Devers did not dare to underestimate the enemy, but he was also full of confidence. Since the enemy had indeed gathered a large number of soldiers on their right flank, he hoped that the Lance Brigade would give them a surprise. The Devers stared at the dark mass of enemies in front of them and said passionately, "Tormid, go and tell the commanders to tell their brothers that the time has come to avenge the sacrifice of Commander Dracos, the warriors who died in battle, and the people of Dionia who were tortured to death. Let them sing the song of Hades and prepare to attack." "Yes, Your Majesty," Tormid replied loudly. Myron finally saw the Lance Brigade that he had been curious about. In the military establishment of a Greek city-state, the size of a brigade ranged from about 1,000 soldiers. The Lance Brigade that was lined up behind them had a total of 6,000 soldiers, which was almost the size of a legion unique to Dionia. When the Devers first mentioned the term Lance Brigade, Myron felt that it was strange. Apart from light infantry, almost all Greek infantrymen were armed with spears. A bayonet was a type of spear. Was there a need to emphasize it? When he saw the weapons in the hands of the soldiers, he finally understood why they were called spears. Although the soldiers did not lift them up but held them horizontally, he could clearly see that although the shape of the spear was similar to that of a bayonet, it was obviously much longer, and the soldiers were not wearing armor, only unlined shirts. The 6,000 soldiers were positioned behind the Crotone and Trine soldiers, but they did not thicken the formation in front of them. Instead, they formed a column formation to connect with the front. Super long bayonets, soldiers without armor, column formation. Myron was full of curiosity and doubt. He could not help but wonder what the Devers were going to do with such a strange army. Just as he was guessing, the hymn of Hades rang out from the formation of Dionia. I sincerely praise you, black-haired and black-eyed Hades. You are the king of underworld, the ruler of the night. You are the fair judge, the strict supervisor. Every soldier sang attentively and devoutly, hoping to receive the blessing of the divine power of the great Hades. Countless voices gathered in the sky above the formation of Dionia, gradually becoming uniform, echoing on the battlefield within a radius of dozens of miles, echoing with the sound of wind and water. Extremely solemn and grand. Dionysius, who was in front of his own formation, heard it very clearly. His expression changed drastically. Damn Dionia, they're going to attack! Quick! Inform the soldiers to immediately pray to Apollo and prepare to attack. After that, he turned his horse back, passed through the gap between the phalanx, and went to the rear. Chapter 5:13. The Devers obviously did not have the patience to wait for the other party to finish. They immediately ordered, "Attack!" Dozens of buglers, lined up evenly behind the huge formation, blew the bugles in their hands one after another. Woo! The sonorous sound of the bugles soared into the sky. Avenge Commander Dracos and our fallen brothers! The soldiers of the 4th and 5th Legions in the middle of the huge phalanx were the first to shout. Soon it was echoed by the other troops. The cry of revenge replaced the call for Hades. When the voices of the Dionia soldiers became one, the morale of the soldiers had risen to the peak. Cunning Devers! Damn Devers! Dionysius was so angry that he cursed. The Syracuse army, which had the upper hand in terms of military strength, was repeatedly taken over by the Dionia. This made him, who had been having a smooth sailing on land ever since he landed in Greece, feel suffocated. Before the soldiers of Syracuse had finished praying, the enemy had already begun to attack. Due to the tactical arrangement, he could not wait for the soldiers to finish praying before advancing. Therefore, this would inevitably affect the morale of the soldiers. He could only comfort himself. The young man was only good at playing petty tricks. The real deciding factor of the battle was still strength. Attack! His face was ferocious as he shouted angrily. On the afternoon of the last day of the year 394 BC, on the Croton Plains, a major battle to determine the hegemony of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea began. The Dionia alliance had over 5,000 soldiers from the 1st Legion, 7,000 soldiers from the 2nd Legion, 12,000 soldiers from the 4th and 5th Legions, 14,000 soldiers from the 6th and 7th Legions, 6,000 soldiers from the Lance Brigade, 5,000 Brutty soldiers from Hieronymus, 5,000 reinforcements from Crotone and Trine, 1,500 cavalrymen, 1,000 scouts from the Mountain Scouts, and 300 guards. The total strength of Dionia was over 58,000 soldiers. The Devers placed the 7th Legion, led by Martones, on the right flank, near the Tecanati River. Then they lined up left, followed by Oliver's Legio VI Hieronymus Brudi, Epthenus Legio IV, Felicius Fifth Legion, Amintus Second Legion, Antonio's First Legion, and Crotone and Trine reinforcements. Led's cavalry was on the left flank, while Capus Lance Brigade was behind the reinforcements. They were arranged in columns, perpendicular to the phalanx. The reinforcements from the Cater Brigade, the 1st and 2nd Legions, formed a horizontal formation of 15 columns according to the Devers instructions, while the rest of the troops formed a formation of 8 to 10 columns. The Cavalry Brigade was the most unique. They spread to the left and back in a loose formation, trying their best to occupy a large area. Not only did they hide from the enemy's detection of their long-haired brigade, they also achieved another goal before the battle. Syracuse's army had 80,000 infantrymen, 2,000 Namibian cavalry, 800 Celtic cavalry, and 1,000 Sicilian cavalry when they landed in Greece. They lost about 4,000 men in the Battle of the Ramada River. Later, Corunna surrendered and provided 4,000 soldiers. With the addition of some troops from the Locri alliance, Syracuse's army now had more than 90,000 men. However, the two newly conquered city-states, Silatina and Trine, needed to be garrisoned, especially Silatina, which was the logistics base of the army. The number of garrisons needed to prevent Dionia's attack from the Brudi and its navy's surprise attack from the sea. There also needed to be garrisons at the encampment facing the city of Asplustum, in case the enemy attacked the rear of the army from Asplustum during the battle. In this way, a total of about 13,000 men were divided. After the capture of Ciudad Crotone, the Syracuse army later calculated that the number of dead and wounded soldiers was about 7,000. During the Battle of the Sea of Crotone, as Leptinus heeded Dionysius' suggestion and sent 9,000 elite soldiers to fight on the battleships, they suffered a crushing defeat and lost about 7,000 soldiers. Therefore, Syracuse's infantrymen, who participated in the Battle of the Ramada River and the looting of Dionia's land, amounted to a total of 65,500 men, which was 7,500 more than Dionia's army. Among them, the cavalry was more than twice the number of Dionia's cavalry. Therefore, after Phoebidas had a preliminary understanding of Dionia's military formation, he discussed with Dionysius the weaker coalition forces of other Sicilian city-states and the Locri alliance. About 18,000 men would be led by Phasapeses on the left wing, the Campania mercenaries, 10,000 men, and the Syracuse citizen soldiers would be led by Dionysius in the middle. The right wing would be made up of 15,000 elite soldiers who had followed Dionysius for many years, mainly mercenaries, later granted citizenship and land to Syracuse by Dionysius. They were the most loyal to Dionysius. 10,000 citizen soldiers of Syracuse under the command of Phoebidas, and the right wing would be made up of 3,500 cavalrymen. As the mercenaries did not act according to the plan in the previous battle, not only did Dionysius warn the two foreign leaders repeatedly, but he also made the hot-tempered and fierce Astagras the temporary commander of the cavalrymen from 3 different forces to facilitate the execution of the plan. The bugle for the attack was blown. The left, middle, and right armies of Dionia advanced steadily at the same time. The light infantrymen of the 7th Brigade of the various legions quickly passed through the small chessboard-shaped square formation and charged into the enemy's formation in a loose formation. The reason why they advanced so quickly was to force the enemy cavalry to retreat so that they would not be able to observe the subsequent movements of the Dionysian army. As they wished, the mercenaries retreated to the right wing of the Syracuse army and rested for a while to prepare for the next attack. The light infantrymen of Syracuse were already positioned at the front of the formation and charged forward without showing any signs of weakness. When the heavy infantrymen of both sides were still 500 meters away from each other, the light infantrymen of both sides had already begun to exchange blows with each other. In an instant, arrows and javelins were raining down from the west to the east along the 8 to 9 miles long horizontal line. They collided continuously in the air and pierced into the bodies of the soldiers, taking away their lives compared to the left, middle, and right armies of Ionia, which advanced at almost the same speed. Syracuse's situation was different. Its left and middle armies were advancing at a slower pace, while the right army was advancing with large strides. Phoebidas was the leader of the right wing. This powerful right wing was formed by 25,000 elite Syracuse soldiers. They were moving twice as fast as the soldiers in the middle as they faced the enemy in front of them. Gradually, they began to separate from the middle. The cavalry on the right wing was even faster. As soon as the cannons were fired, the 3,500 cavalrymen accelerated forward in a line that was about a mile long. The war horse quickly picked up its speed. The 800 Celtic cavalry were at the forefront. They were a fierce race that came from the foothills of the Alps and lived in the river plain. Their cavalry tactics were different from the swift and agile Namibian cavalry. They disdained using bait, harassment, and javelins to kill their enemies. They were more adept at charging and killing, especially when it came to driving chariots into the enemy's tight formation. It was only because they were employed by Syracuse that they did not bring their chariots with them due to the long journey and inconvenient transportation. However, even without the chariots, the charging power of the Celtic cavalry was still terrifying. Most of them were armed with great swords instead of spears. This made it easier for them to slice open the enemy's neck during a battle. Therefore, Astagras arranged for them to be at the forefront, using their powerful destructive power to disrupt the enemy's formation. The 1,800 Namibian cavalrymen then gave the first batch of casualties and the last Syracuse flag. Under the leadership of Astagras, they were only there to clean up the mess. After that, they ordered the mercenary cavalrymen not to give chase but to attack the rear of the enemy's left wing together. Thousands of war horses galloped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust once again. Hundreds of them were repeated. The war drums thundered at the same time, causing the earth to tremble. The 1,500 cavalrymen of Ionia were also advancing, but they were not as fast as the enemy. This was especially true when the war horse of the cavalryman at the rear was dragging branches along with it, making it easier to stir up the dust on the ground. When they were about 200 meters away from the enemy, the commander of the cavalry, Leds, turned around to look at the cloud of dust that had begun to spread behind him. He nervously shouted to the few cavalrymen beside him, "Retreat!" Even if a few bugles were blown at the same time, there was no guarantee that the Ionia cavalrymen, who were also in a loose formation, could hear the thunderous sound of the hooves on the battlefield. Fortunately, the cavalrymen had gone through many training sessions before this. They were always paying attention to the movements of their comrades nearby. Just when all the cavalrymen of Ionia had turned their horses around and galloped back, the Syracuse cavalry was already within 100 meters of them. The thundering hooves behind them pounded on Let's nervous heart. He urged his horse forward while keeping his eyes on the front. When he saw the wall of men, his heart instantly skipped a beat. "Turn!" He shouted and galloped his horse to the left. There was no need for him to shout. All the cavalrymen of Ionia who saw this scene quickly split into two sides according to the training they had received. The cavalrymen at the rear were constantly watching the movements in front of them. As soon as they saw their comrades changing directions, they immediately followed suit. When the bugles of Ionia were blown, the spear brigade did not immediately advance with the other troops. Instead, they quickly lengthened their formation and immediately moved to the original position of the cavalrymen. They formed a phalanx about a mile long and 10 rows thick, trailing behind the whole army alone. Chapter 5:14. Capus's heart was pounding as he stared at the billowing dust in front of him and listened to the thunderous galloping of the horses. He knew that the key to the victory of this battle lay in the pike brigade that he was leading. If they won, they would destroy the greatest advantage of Syracuse, opening the door to victory for the entire army. If they lost, the enemy's powerful right wing would become even more powerful with the help of the cavalry, and the entire army would fall into a predicament. Capys felt that he had a great responsibility, but there was no time for him to be nervous and uneasy. His own cavalry had already entered his field of vision. "Raise your spears!" he roared, trying to vent the fear in his heart. "Raise your spears!" the officers shouted in a trembling voice. "Advance, and you live. Retreat, and you die. Advance, and you live. Retreat, and you die." As the captain of the company, Topyrus heard the orderly shouts from behind him. He and the soldiers around him knew that it was the 2,000 light armored soldiers that had been transferred to the various corps behind the Pike Brigade. Not only were they there to prevent the enemy cavalry from charging at the Pike Brigade, they were also the last line of defense. At the same time, they also had the authority to kill the Pike Brigade that deserted. In the past few days of training, the King of Devers had sternly reminded all the Pike Brigade soldiers. However, even with the threat and reminder from the light armored soldiers behind them, Topyrus and his comrades still held their spears with trembling hands. Although they had made the Daionia cavalry act as the enemy cavalry to allow the new recruits to get used to it, those were only drills after all, and there were very few casualties. On the other hand, this was a real battlefield, and the momentum created by thousands of enemy cavalry was far more terrifying than during training. The bodies of every Pike Brigade trembled along with the tremors of the earth, causing their spears to shake and clatter as they collided with each other. At this moment, the orderly shouts came from behind them again. "For the rights of citizens! For the land! To be the heroes that saved Daionia!" The shouts pierced through the noisy battlefield, drilling into the hearts of every Pike Brigade, evoking the greatest desire in their hearts. The power generated from this desire gradually stopped their teeth from chattering and their tongues from trembling, allowing them to shout along with the light armored soldiers. Every time they shouted, the volume of their voices would increase, and the strength of their hands holding the spears would increase. When their shouts turned into roars that drowned out the clatter of the horses' hooves, spears after spears were pointed towards the direction of their enemies. At this moment, Capys finally calmed down. While secretly praising the spiritual victory method taught by His Majesty the Devers, he paid close attention to the situation in front of him. It would take some time for the 2,000 Daionia cavalrymen to completely withdraw from both sides and clear the battlefield for the spearmen. However, Capys knew that he did not have the time to wait. The enemy would probably retreat or circle around the front line after noticing the abnormality in front of them. Therefore, he could not wait for his cavalrymen to completely withdraw before taking action. "Attack!" He waved his arm resolutely. Capys was most worried about the fact that the entire Lancer Brigade would have to face the charging cavalry head-on instead of staying put like they did at the Battle of the Trianta River. This was also what Leds was worried about. He was afraid that his cavalry would be too nervous or slow to move and would directly collide with his own spear formation, causing unnecessary losses. "Advance!" As the captain of the company, Topyrus reminded his soldiers with a slightly trembling voice, just like the other officers. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still shouting the slogan that made them excited as they began to advance steadily with small steps. The soldiers at the back of the line stuck close to the back of the soldiers at the front. One by one, the spears protruded from the right shoulder of the soldiers at the front. From the side, the spears of the 15 soldiers formed a continuous spear wall from the front to the back, with a slight inclination. Although the spear wall that glittered with cold light and caused people's hearts to palpitate because of the acceleration of the forward movement, it still remained tight. This tightness allowed every soldier in the formation to feel the collective strength, and they became calmer and calmer. At the same time, this tightness made every soldier unable to escape the battlefield even if they were afraid. They could not even turn around. The only thing they could do was to move forward, keep moving forward, until the enemy fell. Galloping forward on horseback, it was easy for one's spirit to enter a state of excitement. This was especially so for the valiant Celtic cavalry. They had long been prepared to engage in an exciting battle with the incoming enemy, but they did not expect the enemy to turn and flee. This caused many of them to howl in anger. They urged their war horses forward, swearing to catch up to these fearful enemies, behead them, strip their beautiful armor, snatch their war horses, and hang their heads on their horses. Even when the mercenary cavalry on the far left crossed paths with the Crotone, Trine reinforcements, a few overly excited foreign cavalry rushed forward to attack and throw their javelins. However, they were repelled by the Daionia light infantry that caught up to them. The Celtic cavalry at the front was getting closer to the enemy, and many of them had already drawn their swords. At this moment, a faint uniform shout came from the dust-filled front, causing them to be shocked. An enemy ambush ahead. Just as they were beginning to feel uncertain, the enemy cavalry in front suddenly turned to the side. Some of the cavalry chose to continue their pursuit, while others began to slow down their war horses. The cavalry at the back were engulfed by the excited shouts of their comrades and the thundering hooves, and did not notice the abnormality in front of them. Topyrus, who was in the middle of the spear phalanx, could already see the enemy cavalry in front of him. Some of them had disheveled hair, some wore pointed leather helmets, and some wore dark-colored striped clothes. They waved big swords in their hands and let out strange cries as they rode their big horses straight at them. Bless the Hades! Topyrus could not help but pray to the netherworld king, causing the soldiers around him to shout as well. Some soldiers even closed their eyes in fear, but their hands instinctively gripped their spears even tighter. This was a weapon that could protect him and give him psychological comfort in this terrifying battlefield where he could not escape. They were afraid, and so were the enemies. When they noticed that the enemy had changed direction, some of the Celtic cavalry followed in time, while others tried to slow down their horses. On the empty battlefield in front of them, a vague human wall suddenly appeared amidst the cloud of dust. The war horses that were charging forward quickly allowed them to see that it was not a human wall, but a spear wall. The densely packed spears extended towards them, not only sending chills down their spines, but also causing their war horses to neigh nonstop. However, the inertia caused the Celts and their horses to collide into the spears in an instant. The screams of men and horses rang out, blood splattered, and spears snapped, fortunately for the spearmen. The 4-meter-long spears formed a dense spear wall, preventing the enemy cavalry from charging at them before they could even reach them. As they had heard the shouts of the spearmen, most of the Celtic cavalry had consciously slowed down. The length of the spears also reduced the force transmitted to the bodies of the soldiers. Thus, most of the soldiers at the front relied on the support of the soldiers at the back to offset the force of the impact. Only a few of them staggered back along with the soldiers at the back. Thus, although the Celtic cavalry caused some chaos when they collided with the spearmen, it did not cause the formation to fall apart. Of course, if the cavalry at the back continued their charge, the spearmen of Daionia would definitely break through, causing the soldiers to fall back. However, in this era, the heavy cavalry that had yet to undergo special training to charge directly into a dense formation of infantry. Even the ferocious Celtic cavalry only dared to attack the rear of the infantry formation or rely on their horsepower and speed to charge at the scattered light infantry. They would not be foolish enough to risk their lives to charge directly into the front of the heavy infantry formation, not to mention the frightening formation of spears in front of them. Even if the men dared to charge into the formation, they would not dare to do so. Unless the war horse's eyes were blindfolded, it would definitely jump and cry out, shaking off the cavalry before turning around and running away. When the Celts noticed the abnormality in front of them, they hurriedly reined in their galloping war horse. The reins suddenly tightened, causing the war horse to feel extreme discomfort. Some of them went berserk and threw their masters off their horses. Some of them fell forward due to the sudden lack of oxygen in their necks. Their riders were thrown towards the wall of spears due to inertia, and were pierced by the sharp spears behind them. Leader Gaba and many of the Celts finally managed to stop the charging war horse. At this moment, Gaba could no longer be bothered with the death of his subordinates. Looking at the wall of spears in front of him, he shouted in panic, "Retreat! Retreat!" There was no need for him to shout. Every surviving Celtic cavalry wished they could sprout a pair of wings and immediately fly away from the terrifying spearmen that were rapidly approaching them. However, just as they were about to turn their horses back, the second wave of attack, the Namibian cavalry, galloped over. Amidst the dust cloud, they discovered the Celtic cavalry that was turning around. It was not an easy task to immediately stop the galloping horses of nearly 2,000 and make a tactical maneuver to give way. In an instant, the cavalry screamed and the war horse neighed. Both sides collided. Some of the riders fell off their horses. Before they could even get up, they were trampled by countless hooves. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. Some of the riders and their horses were knocked back to the front, directly crashing into the wall of spears in front of them. Chapter 5:15. However, the Dionia's spear phalanx was approaching, and the Celts at the front were directly faced with the threat of a terrifying spear wall. They were already furious when they were attacked by the Namibians. Now, in order to escape, some of the more irascible warriors among them simply brandished their greatswords and killed the Namibians who stood in their way. This caused the Namibians' anger and resistance, further delaying the entire cavalry's escape. The leaders and officers of Akelida, Gabra, and the rest of the two tribes shouted loudly, even blowing the horn to retreat. However, in this dusty, noisy, and abnormally chaotic battlefield, their efforts were in vain. When the huge figures of the Celtic cavalry and their horses crashed towards Topyrus, he could not help but tense up. He closed his eyes and subconsciously gripped his spear tightly, preparing to withstand the huge impact. He only heard the miserable neigh of the horse, and a strong force was transmitted to the spear shaft, making it almost impossible for him to hold it tightly. At the same time, the few rows of soldiers in front of him also crashed into him, pushing him back violently. "Hold on, brothers! Hold on!" The soldiers behind him tried their best to support his body. While giving him strength, they also cheered them on loudly. The spear phalanx of 15 rows, together with the light armored soldiers at the back, gave Topyrus and his men enough strength to support them, allowing them to stabilize themselves. Topyrus opened his eyes and saw that the war horse's hind hooves were on the ground, and its front hooves were raised. 8 or 9 spears pierced its neck and chest at the same time, holding it up in midair. However, it was not dead yet and was wailing incessantly. The enemy on the horse had already been pierced through the chest by 2 spears, lying on the ground, dead. Horse blood and human blood flowed down the spear shaft. The soldiers laboriously pulled out the spears. Topyrus was surprised to find that although the enemy cavalry was fierce, there were no major casualties among the soldiers, and their formation was relatively intact. Only a few of the soldiers' spears were broken. After this collision, the enemy did not dare to continue their attack. Instead, they hurriedly stopped their horses and tried to escape in panic. The scene in front of them was a chaotic scene. Topyrus and the other soldiers were relieved, and the enemy's cowardice fueled their courage. "Brothers, keep going!" Topyrus shouted, and the soldiers responded with a roar. They stepped over the corpses of the enemy, around the dying war horse, and moved on. Capys, who was at the rear of the phalanx, was pleasantly surprised to see that the phalanx had successfully stopped the advance of the enemy's large number of cavalry. The enemies who were in a state of chaos also made him realize that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he decisively ordered, "Charge!" That's right, the soldiers of the Spear Brigade not only knew how to move forward steadily, but they could also charge forward like heavy infantry without any armor. These few days, the focus of their training was on this tactic. The continuous blasts of the bugle boosted the morale of the soldiers. Watch out! They were going to charge! Topyrus shouted hoarsely. The soldiers of the company no longer stuck close to each other. Instead, they opened up some distance between each other. Their footsteps were still small, but the frequency of their steps was gradually increasing. The phalanx's advance increased, and the enemy cavalry was pierced off their horses one by one. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere. At the same time, the phalanx was no longer continuous, and there were many gaps in the formation. The light armored soldiers rushed into the formation through the gaps and worked together with the spear brigade to kill the enemies who were sitting on their horses and stopped moving. When the Daionia cavalry turned around to lure the enemy, a few of them accidentally ran into the phalanx due to their nervousness. Some of the cavalry at the rear of the formation were killed by the Celtic cavalry that caught up to them. After suffering some casualties, they successfully retreated from the two sides. Just as the phalanx sounded the horn to charge, the Daionia cavalry that had quickly reorganized immediately returned from the two sides. They bravely blocked the passage on both sides. Avenged Sobers shouted and gave the order to attack. The infantry had their unyielding hero, Dracos, and the cavalry had their fallen hero, Sobers. At this time, the Daionia cavalry was determined to wash away the humiliation of losing to the Syracuse mercenaries and fought with all their might against the enemy. On the battlefield where the war horse could not gallop, the difference in horsemanship was not apparent, and it was useless. This allowed the Daionia cavalry to fight the Celts and Namibians on both sides of the battlefield, making it even more difficult for the enemy to escape from the two sides of the battlefield. As a result, the central area of the battlefield was compressed, and they could not retreat from the rear for a while. This created the conditions for the spear brigade and light armored soldiers to decimate the enemy. Your Majesty, the pike brigade has stopped the enemy cavalry's charge and is now fighting back. Hearing Tormid's excited report, the Devers's uneasy heart calmed down, but his expression was still solemn. Now it's up to the 1st and 2nd Legions and Myron. In the middle of the battle formation, Phoebidas did not know the situation of his own cavalry. He was now focused on leading Syracuse's right flank forward, and at the same time he kept an eye on the entire right flank. Just as he expected, the whole formation was gradually tilting to the left. The infantry tactic that the Sparta army was best at was the left turn tactic. During the battle, the Sparta army took advantage of the fact that the heavy infantry held a shield in their left hand, leaned their body to the right, and gradually tilted their formation to the left as they advanced. Thus, when they reached the enemy's formation, the entire right flank would naturally turn to the left, and thus directly attack the enemy's left flank. This caused the enemy, who lacked training, to be the first to be defeated when the flanks were attacked. Most of the time, the battle was already over before the other two sides came into direct contact. In such an important battle, Phoebidas, who was equally nervous, chose the tactic that he was most familiar with. Although the Syracuse army could not achieve a uniform left-turn attack like the Sparta soldiers who had undergone rigorous training since they were young, the Syracuse army had an advantage that the Sparta army did not have. They had a large number of infantry and cavalry, and they had more soldiers and more cavalry than the Daionia army. After roughly understanding the Daonia's formation, Phoebidas was delighted to find that he could completely concentrate the heavy infantry on the right flank and take the lead in defeating the enemy's left flank, laying the foundation for the entire battle. Since the left flank of the right flank was connected to the middle flank at the beginning of the march, the cavalry on the right flank had already rushed to the front. According to previous habits, the speed of the right flank was instinctively slower than the soldiers on the right flank who did not have any allies. In addition, when the heavy infantry moved forward, the entire formation of the Syracuse army, which was more than 2 miles long, began to tilt after advancing for a while. In this regard, Phoebidas was happy to see this happen. He calculated that when they came into contact with the Daonia's left flank, the tilted formation should be able to cut through the enemy's flank. By that time, the cavalry should have already taken care of the Daonia's cavalry and turned to attack the rear of the Daonia's left flank. The left flank of the Daionia army was attacked from 3 sides. No matter how strong the heavy infantry was, they might not be able to withstand it. If Phoebides could notice the abnormality in the formation, the experienced officers of the 1st and 2nd Legion of Dionia could also notice it. The 2 legion commanders immediately realized that something was wrong after receiving continuous reports. At this time, the 2 armies were less than 400 meters apart. Antonius immediately sent messengers to Amyntas, Myron, and Cypros on both sides to convey his suggestion. Stop the advance immediately and regroup to face the enemy in front of them. Very quickly, the 2nd Legion commander, Amyntas, agreed. Antonius could not wait for the response of Myron and Cypros, who were still hesitating. He decisively blew the bugle to stop the advance. Following that, the 2nd Legion issued the same order. The 1st and 2nd Legions were indeed the earliest established legion of Dionysia, with the most veterans and the strongest fighting force. The strongest fighting force also meant that their ability to carry out orders was also the strongest. The bugle blew, and the military flag waved. Although the officers and soldiers were puzzled, they all stopped the advance. The 2 Legion of Dionysia stopped the advance. This caused the Crotone Trine reinforcements at the far left to be at a loss. Myron and Cypros, who were still hesitating, had no choice but to immediately give the order. Stop the advance! Unlike Dionia, their citizen soldiers did not have systematic military training and complicated military rules and organization. They did not even have the bugle to stop the advance. All they could do was send messengers to the front and back of the formation to relay the order loudly. Hence, the entire formation was a little disorderly. Fortunately, they were connected to the 1st Legion. If the 1st Legion did not move, it would naturally affect the neighboring Cator reinforcements. Chapter 516. Thus, the clumsy heavy infantry of the Cator reinforcements jostled and collided with each other, causing chaos in their formation. However, Myron and Cypros were determined to change their formation. As the enemy approached, they could clearly see the direction of the enemy's attack. If the Cator reinforcements could not keep up with the formation of the 1st and 2nd Legions, then the flanks of the Cator reinforcements would be completely exposed to the enemy's frontal assault, and only death awaited them. So, the 2 of them led a large group of guards and quickly rode to the front of the formation. They raised their spears and shouted loudly as they urged their horses forward, forcing the soldiers to change direction. As Phoebides advanced, he suddenly noticed that the Dionysian army in front of him had stopped advancing. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the left wing of the Dionia army that was originally facing him began to turn towards him. Phoebides was shocked. The enemy was changing their formation. The enemy actually dared to change their formation in the middle of a battle. There was a reason for Phoebides' shock. Once the Greek heavy infantry battle began, both sides would move according to the plan, and it was difficult to make any major tactical changes. This was because, first of all, the heavily armored heavy infantry moved clumsily, making it difficult for them to make more flexible movements. Secondly, the lack of training of the citizen soldiers also made them, who marched in dense phalanxes, not dare to make complex tactical movements, lest the formation become chaotic and make them vulnerable to attacks. This was also one of the reasons why the Sparta warriors had the upper hand in battles. As professional soldiers, the Sparta warriors could perform tactical maneuvers that other armies could not. But even for the Sparta, they only used the characteristics of the heavy infantry to their fullest potential in large-scale battles. They rarely made any tactical changes after the battle began, just like what the Dionia army was doing. This was because Sparta was like most Greek city-states. The Sparta officers and generals who commanded the armies had to follow the tradition of the Sparta city-state and fight the enemy with the soldiers. The king of Sparta did not have to do so. He could command from the front, but with his generals in the formation, his ability to command was greatly reduced. Democratic city-states even required their generals to be at the front of the army, to take the lead, so that they would not be criticized in the citizens' assembly. So when the battle horn was blown and the army marched, the generals almost lost the ability to command the entire army. The army had to follow the pre-planned tactics for the battle. The sudden change in the formation of the left wing of Dionia against the attack of the right wing of Syracuse shocked Phoebidas. Of course, he also saw the chaos in the formation of the Dionia army, mainly due to the reinforcements from Cator. This more or less made up for the disappointment of not being able to attack the enemy's flank. Faster! Faster! Phoebidas yelled as he quickened his pace. Unfortunately, his yelling could only move a small group of soldiers around him. For the huge phalanx of 25,000 soldiers, it was like a stone thrown into a raging river. It did not have much effect. The right wing of Syracuse was still advancing according to the plan, but as the soldiers advanced, the distance between it and the left wing of Dionia was rapidly closing. The infantrymen of Syracuse, who were fighting in the middle, had begun to retreat. Xpit's 7th Brigade of the 1st Legion and Alpine's 7th Brigade of the 2nd Legion were still at the front of the phalanx. It was not only because the chessboard formation of Dionia had given them enough escape routes, but also because they wanted to slow down the right wing of Syracuse as much as possible so that the reinforcements of Cator could turn their formation around. The approaching Syracuse army made the reinforcements of Cator nervous, but it also forced them to change their formation faster. The infantrymen of the 1st and 2nd Legion could not stop the advance of Syracuse. They only managed to throw another round of javelins and arrows before they were forced to retreat to the back of Syracuse's formation. The distance between the two armies was only about 60 meters. The reinforcements of Cator barely managed to turn their formation around. When Myron and Cypros rushed to the back of the phalanx, they were already sweating profusely, but they felt a lot more relaxed. Myron sighed. Now I know how big the gap is between Crotone's army and the legion of Dionysia. Cypros, on the other hand, said with lingering fear, Thank goodness Lord Devers had requested us to separate from the phalanx and stand at the back of the formation so that it would be easier to command. Otherwise, even if we saw the cunning movements of the Syracuse, we would not be able to change it. We would have been at a disadvantage. Yes, if it wasn't for Dionia's insistence, we would not have changed our formation out of fear. Myron sighed again. At this time, the left flank of Dionia and the right flank of Syracuse were almost parallel, but they were almost perpendicular to the center of Dionia's advance towards the south. The right flank of Syracuse was getting closer and closer to the left flank of Dionia. The Syracuse soldiers tightened their grip on the round shields in their hands. After crossing swords with the Dionia, the unique tactics of Dionia had left a deep impression on them. When the Dionia soldiers on the opposite side raised the javelins in their hands, they crouched down slightly and raised the round shields over their heads. The rain of javelins covered the sky and struck the center of Syracuse's formation, splashing flowers of death. The continuous screams did not affect their determination to advance. Instead, it made them move faster, forcing the Dionia soldiers to hurriedly throw a second round of javelins, which was much less lethal. Right now, the distance between the two armies was less than 20 meters. Even Phoebidas was a bit out of breath. He could hear the hurried breathing of the soldiers around him. This wasn't only because of the physical exhaustion caused by the change from retreat to attack, the hurried formation, and the several hundred meters of running. At the same time, it was also because of the extreme excitement produced by the impending slaughter. Through the narrow eye sockets of his helmet, Phoebidas could see the densely packed shields, spears, and armors on the opposite side. The unique dark black of the Dionysian army was as cold as the night even during the day. He knew that the enemy was the main force of the Dionysian army, but he was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. He believed that the Syracuse soldiers would not be afraid either, not only because they were also elites of the Syracuse army, but also because Dionysius had told every Sicilian soldier before the battle, they can only return home smoothly if they win. Otherwise, they will be buried in a foreign land. Without the urging of the bugle, the Syracuse soldiers shouted, "Apollo!" and took large strides forward. Taking large strides, they sped up and began to charge. The entire Syracuse right phalanx was like a golden mountain crushing towards the enemy. At the same time, the Dionia soldiers roared in unison, "Hades!" They also began to charge, like a black tide in a storm on the sea. One wave after another, they finally converged into a huge wave, surging towards the people of Syracuse like an avalanche. The Sist reinforcements were filled with hatred for their country. They roared angrily and turned their anger into endless power, swearing to kill all their enemies. Tens of thousands of soldiers stomped on the ground. The ground rumbled like thunder, and the ground trembled. With a loud bang, the battle between the heavy infantrymen began. "Your Majesty, the left flank is in full contact with the enemy," Tormid reported loudly. Devers nodded, but his eyes were focused on the front. He pointed at the enemy's formation and sneered. "The Syracuse army is advancing very slowly. It seems like Dionysius is waiting for his right flank to achieve victory." Tormid laughed, but he would never have thought that the cavalry he was waiting for has been trapped by your Majesty's amazing strategy. Devers was not in the mood to mock the enemy. He spoke with a serious expression. "We cannot let Dionysius have it easy. Order all units to advance and meet the enemy as soon as possible." Talmud did not accept the order immediately. Instead, he reminded Roland, "Your Majesty, if our right flank moves too fast, I'm afraid that we will reach the part of the Takanati River that can be crossed by foot. The enemy may then send their soldiers across the Takanati River and attack our right flank." Devers had already considered this question. He immediately replied, "Looking at the current situation, Dionysius has invested enough forces in Syracuse's right flank. His main attack is on our left flank. I don't think Dionysius can spare enough troops to attack our right flank. Plus, I have enough reserves to deal with his roundabout attack." Indeed, behind Devers there were 2,000 light armored soldiers from each corps and 1,000 scouts from Wyzam's mountain ridge. A total of 3,000 soldiers had not been used yet. "I understand, Your Majesty." Tormid turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Devers stopped him again. "Go tell the corps commanders that Capys has gained the upper hand against the Syracuse cavalry. The rest is up to them." Tormid smiled. He understood Devers's intention. The spear brigade that was formed less than 10 days ago had achieved an impressive result. How could the other corps fall behind? Chapter 517. After the light infantry retreated, the Dionia phalanx on the right and middle flung out 2 rounds of javelins. While the Syracuse army was in a state of confusion, they charged towards the enemy with shields and spears in hand, shouting the name Hades. At this point, the 2 armies of Dionia and Syracuse were engaged in a full-scale battle. The news of the battle between the 2 armies was relayed back to the citadel by Crotone's spies, attracting the attention of all the citizens in the citadel. After all, the outcome of this battle was not only related to the life and death of the thousands of Crotone militia, but also the survival of all the citizens of Crotone. Hence, many people were anxious to watch the battle, including many members of the council. After a discussion, the remaining few hundred citizen soldiers in the citadel would continue to stay behind to protect the women, children, and the elderly. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Crotone citizens, led by Lucius, Sesprotus, and other members of the general's executive committee, descended the hill in trepidation and arrived at the ruins of Ciudad Crotone. Before they could even reach the northern city wall, a deafening sound engulfed them. Many of them turned pale when they heard it. Their legs trembled, and they needed the support of others to move forward. Due to the fire and the wanton destruction of the Syracuse people, the northern city wall collapsed section by section like an old man's teeth. There were gaps everywhere, and only the section connected to the city gate was still standing in a relatively good condition. Lucius and the rest walked up the stone steps with heavy hearts and reached the top of the city wall. They held onto the battlements and looked out anxiously. In the distance, densely packed soldiers were fighting each other, filling up the vast plains of Croton Plains. The deafening roars they made sounded like the earth itself was roaring. stirring up the dust and changing the color of the sky. On the southern seas of Ciudad Crotone, Middle-Ages' 80 Raven warships were in a standoff with Leptonius's 40 Syracuse warships. What gave Middle-Age a headache was that once his fleet approached the Syracuse fleet would quickly retreat. Given the unique structure of the Raven warship, they could not catch up to the normal Syracuse fleet in terms of speed. However, once Middle-Ages' fleet approached the coast, the Syracuse fleet would close in again. Just as Middle-Ages was hesitating, the troops stationed at Syracuse's camp dispatched a few hundred soldiers. They brought along several thousand Sicilian freedmen who were usually in charge of transporting supplies with weapons and rushed to the coast. This caused Middle-Ages' plan of sending sailors ashore to disrupt Syracuse's army's rear to fail. Ever since Syracuse captured Trine, the city was garrisoned with 1,000 Syracuse soldiers, 1,000 Hiernian soldiers, and 1,000 Collinian soldiers, a total of more than 3,000 soldiers. As they were far away from the front line, the Trine garrison had a leisurely life. That was until Dionysius's orders came from Crotones, camped twice in the past 2 days. They were to strengthen their defenses and pay close attention to the movements of Canopetia in the north. The garrison's general immediately perked up and strengthened the reconnaissance in the north. This afternoon, the scouts came back with shocking news. A fleet had docked on the beach of Opimia Plain, and about 5,000 to 6,000 Daionia soldiers had landed. After landing, the Daionia troops were advancing towards Trine. Then came another news. More than 1,000 Daionia soldiers had left Canopetia and had entered Opimia Plain. The news made the Syracuse general of Trine restless. Although he was eager to contribute, the enemy of 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers was obviously not something he could defeat with his current forces. He immediately ordered the city gates to be closed and the drawbridge to be pulled up. The soldiers of each unit were to defend the city walls according to the previous drill. At the same time, they were to prepare sufficient arrows, javelins, stones. In addition, he also sent 2 messengers to Silatina and Crotone's camp to deliver the news. Helos led his troops to Trine city. After carefully observing the situation of Syracuse's defenses, he did not immediately attack the city. In fact, time did not allow for it. He ordered the army to start building a camp in the northwest of the city and wait for reinforcements from Canopetia to arrive. At the same time, in order to prevent the main force of Syracuse from attacking from the east, he sent out the few cavalry squads and mountain reconnaissance squads to investigate the movements of Silatina and Crotone's Syracuse camp. Attack! Attack! Metones, who was standing at the back of the phalanx, wished that he could personally join the battle and fight to his heart's content. Unfortunately, he was already the general of the army and was limited by the Daionia military law. He could only order the drummers to beat the drums and urge the soldiers to attack fiercely. Although the 7th Legion was newly formed and most of its soldiers were new, Heraclia's victory gave them victory and glory. It also gave them more confidence, and they attacked the enemy without fear. For years ago, Crogines was a free who had just arrived in Turin. However, he was lucky enough to become one of the 5,000 free soldiers in the Battle of the Trionta River. He contributed to the defeat of Crotone's division and participated in the victory. This gave him a goal to strive for. At the beginning of this year, he became an official citizen. In the past few years, the Dionysian army had been expanding, but when the instructors of the Ministry of Military Affairs selected new recruits, he was always eliminated. The reason was that he was too thin and weak to be a close combat infantryman. The instructors suggested that he become a light infantryman. However, he had always dreamed of becoming a heavy infantryman, so he was always a reserve soldier. However, he was resilient and did not give up. He persisted in training his body and honed his combat skills. Finally, the war broke out and the new legion was formed. Based on his identity and qualifications, official citizen and 3-year reserve soldier, Metones was prepared to make him a company commander. However, he rejected the offer because he felt that he had never been a team officer before. He did not have the experience and could not fight on the front lines. he could not show the results of his hard training. In the end, he became a small team leader in the 7th Legion. Now he was at the forefront of the battle. The long shield in his left hand firmly protected his body, and the spear in his right hand hovered above his head. He was almost motionless, but once the enemy showed an opening, he would stab it like lightning. Every stab was fierce and accurate, and it posed a great threat to the enemy. In a short period of time, he stabbed a few people. He rarely shouted and issued orders like some of the team officers, but his leading role greatly encouraged the soldiers under him, and their morale was greatly boosted. Olivers, who had always been dissatisfied with Matoni's and always wanted to compete with him, would certainly not let the 7th Legion have the upper hand. Under his strict orders, Legio VI also attacked fiercely. More than half of the soldiers fighting against these 2 new Daionia legions were from Sicily, such as Catarni, Leontini, Gela, and Camelina. These city-states were considered allies of Syracuse, but they were actually vassals. The rulers of these city-states were directly appointed and supported by Dionysius. Therefore, attacking Greece was not the intention of these soldiers. However, they had won a series of victories and captured many trophies. Therefore, their morale was not bad. Moreover, they were motivated by the idea of victory is the only way to go home, which made their fighting spirit second only to the soldiers of Syracuse. However, there were still soldiers from Syracuse's allies in Greece in the left wing of Syracuse. There were the Locrians, Medmerans, Hibernians, and Corunnians. The Corunnians, in particular, were forced by the situation to surrender to Syracuse, and they were unwilling to do so. Of course, Dionysius knew this very well. Therefore, he left 1,000 Corunnians in Trine and 1,000 in Silatina to replace his own troops. There were also 2,000 Corunnians. He scattered them at the front of the left wing, forcing them to fight for their survival. However, their fighting spirit was not to be underestimated. Originally, Dionysius saw that the right wing of Daionia was basically made up of soldiers wearing Corinth helmets and holding round shields and bayonets. He thought that they were not the main force of Daionia, which was why he dared to make such an arrangement. Who would have thought that these 2 new armies with a total of 14,000 soldiers would attack so fiercely that Syracuse's left flank, which had 20,000 people but was made up of a complex composition and lacked fighting spirit, was forced to retreat slowly? The left wing of Syracuse was retreating, and so was the middle. The soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions of Daionia had experienced the crushing defeat in Silatina and witnessed the tragic death of their commander and comrades. Today, they came to fight the enemy with the purpose of washing away the humiliation and revenge. Therefore, they were not only brave, but also a little crazy. Their expressions were ferocious as they desperately tried to get close to the enemy and engage in close combat. The Bruttii soldiers who fought side by side with them were also affected, displaying the fierceness of the mountain people. Some time ago, the unrest in the Bruttii region had greatly affected the impression that the other Daionia people had of the Bruttii. Today, they needed to use their performance to show their loyalty to the alliance. Chapter 518. If it was before, Dionysius would not have minded such a retreat. In this battle, the key to Syracuse's victory lay in the right wing. As long as the middle and left wing could restrain the enemy and maintain a stalemate when the enemy attacked, all they had to do was wait for the news of the right wing's victory. However, when Dionysius heard from the scouts that Syracuse's greatest advantage, their cavalry, had been ambushed by the Daionia and were temporarily blocked, his relaxed mood quickly turned into anxiety. He began to worry about the retreat of the left wing and middle wing. Not only did he order the bugler to blow the signal to charge from the back of the phalanx formation, but he also ordered the messenger to shout a warning at the back of the phalanx formation. Officers and soldiers, do not retreat. We must attack. After that, the Syracuse soldiers at the back of the middle wing no longer retreated. Instead, they forced the Campanian mercenaries to engage in a fierce battle with the advancing enemy. As for the soldiers on the left wing, their retreat only slowed down slightly. It seemed like they were at a disadvantage in this battle. Dionysius was a little frustrated. Before setting up the formation, he had investigated the right wing of Dionia through the scouts. It was obviously not the main force of Dionia, and their numbers should only be lesser than his left wing. But why was this the result? Could it be that the Greeks were not fighting seriously? Or were they colluding with the enemy? Dionysius's paranoia flared up again. He even began to suspect his ally Rockley. But he knew it was not the time to worry about this. The cunning Devers had put his cavalry in a difficult situation. He could only hope that the right wing led by Phoebidas could swiftly defeat the enemy in front of them and win the battle. The reason why Dionysius was still confident in the battle was that the performance of the right wing was in line with his pre-battle expectations, compared to the other areas that were not performing well. The 25,000 soldiers formed a thick phalanx formation that pressed down on Dionia's left wing. Out of vigilance against the Dionia's close combat, the Syracuse elite soldiers formed a tighter formation and formed a more concentrated formation of spears. Not only did the frontmost left-wing soldiers of Dionia have to dodge the attacks from the frontmost Syracuse soldiers, they also had to be wary of the spears of the soldiers behind them. Moreover, they had to expend a great deal of effort to resist the massive forward push of the Syracuse soldiers. Hence, the close combat power of the Dionia heavy infantry was greatly reduced. However, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions were battle-hardened soldiers. Even though they were a little nervous due to the huge pressure from the enemy in front of them, the commanders had a general understanding of the King's Devers' tactical arrangements before the battle. Therefore, they understood that the first thing they had to do was to ensure that the formation would not be broken by the enemy and delay the enemy until the arrival of reinforcements. For this reason, the Dionia soldiers relied on the flexibility of the detachment-based formation and retreated in an orderly manner to relieve the huge pressure from the enemy's attack. At the same time, they seized the opportunity to use their shields as cover and their daggers to stab the enemy. Phoebidas was almost seriously injured twice. The first time was after he charged, when he collided with the enemy. The shield and the shield were pressed against each other, and in his eyes, the long shield completely protected the enemy. So he pushed the round shield forward with all his strength, hoping to break through the enemy's defense and let the stinger unleash its power. Unexpectedly, the enemy who had his head buried in the shield suddenly thrust his right hand out from above the shield. A dagger pierced down like lightning, piercing right into his Corinth helmet. The moment the dagger touched the helmet, Phoebidas felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The second time was after he stabbed the enemy in front of him. He instinctively followed his previous battle habits and squeezed into the gap in the enemy's formation. Before he could take the next step, 2 daggers flashing with cold light stabbed at his ribs from both sides. Although he reacted quickly, the sharp daggers still cut through his linen breastplate and left a wound on the right side of his waist. This injury made him realize the strength of the enemy. He no longer took the risk and maintained the same formation as the Syracuse soldiers around him. Compared to the Dionia's 1st and 2nd Legions' steady defense and counterattack, the leftmost reinforcements were much tougher. Even though their formation was not as sturdy as the Syracuse soldiers, they were able to withstand the pressure of the Syracuse soldiers and did not retreat easily. Their hatred gave them great courage and strength. Even if they were heavily injured, as long as they could stand, their spears would not stop stabbing. Even if they fell, as long as they had the slightest bit of strength left, they would grab the enemy's leg and let them fall or bite them with their teeth. Such a tragic scene played out in front of the Syracuse reinforcements many times, causing the heavily armed Syracuse soldiers to panic. They felt that a fallen enemy was scarier than a standing one. They would only advance after confirming that the enemy was dead. This caused their advancement speed to be slower than their comrades. Behind this battlefield was another one. After the Dionia light infantry retreated from the main battlefield, they rushed to the left under the leadership of Xpit and Alpines. They wanted to join in the encirclement of the enemy cavalry, but they encountered the Syracuse light infantry who had the same goal. They had no choice but to continue fighting the light infantry in front of the main formation. Both sides mainly consisted of archers and javelin throwers. Dionia also had a few catapults. Both sides adopted a loose formation, with the javelin throwers at the front and the archers at the back, engaging in long-range attacks. Even though the battle was not as grand as a battle between heavy infantry, the intensity of the battle was not low. Due to the fact that their defense was far weaker than the heavy infantry, the sky was filled with arrows and javelins. Soldiers from both sides were constantly injured and fell to the ground. Dionia's light infantry were well trained, and their tactical coordination was better. Syracuse's light infantry had the advantage in numbers, and with the strict orders from Dionysius, the two armies were evenly matched. Of course, the fiercest battle was still in the easternmost battlefield. Trapped in the middle, the Celtic cavalry saw the war horses and their tribesmen fall one by one, heard the mournful cries of their war horses and their comrades, and faced with the constant pressure from the pikes. Most of them did not dare to sit still on their war horses. They were forced to jump off their war horses and fight with their swords in hand. But this was undoubtedly a futile attempt. Putting aside the fact that it was difficult for their swords to get close to the enemy when facing the pikes head-on, they were often fighting alone, and soon lost their lives to the stabs of the pikes. Just like the strong Celtic warrior in front of Topyrus, he roared as he swung his sword. Even though he consecutively cut off the spearheads of two pikes, he was still forced to retreat by the dense formation of pikes. He accidentally slipped and revealed an opening, allowing the pikes to pierce into his thigh. Just as he instinctively bent over, another 3 spears pierced his head and chest at the same time. He couldn't have been more dead. The continuous killing of their enemies boosted the confidence of the pike brigade, and they advanced even faster. The company led by Topyrus did not encounter any major obstacles. They advanced even faster, widening the gap between them and the neighboring companies. At this moment, a Celtic warrior suddenly charged into the chaotic battlefield from the side. The entire company was caught off guard, and a few soldiers were injured by him in a row. The light armored soldiers that followed up blocked him in time, but the Celtic warrior ignored the encirclement and used all his strength to slash the leather shields of the light armored soldiers in half. It took 4 to 5 light armored soldiers to surround him before they could finish him off, at the cost of heavily injuring 2 light armored soldiers. This was a warning to Topyrus. He had no choice but to shout for the soldiers in his company to slow down and wait for the neighboring companies. Even though the Celtic cavalry was ferocious, they had no chance of winning against the dense formation of pikes on this crowded battlefield. In addition, they were already few in number, and many of the cavalry had directly collided with the wall of pikes. So, not long after Topyrus and the others advanced, they realized that the enemies in front of them were no longer the tall and strong Celts, who wore thick, striped clothes, pointed helmets, and wielded greatswords. Instead, they were the disheveled, dark-skinned, lanky Namibians who wore unlined clothing and wielded spears. Their courage in battle was much less than that of the Celts. Other than a few who threw spears at them, most of them quickly jumped off the backs of their horses, turned around, and fled into the chaotic battlefield. Capys did not need to send scouts to know that his pike brigade was progressing smoothly. This was because he was at the rear, following the phalanx as they advanced. At this moment, a cavalry hurried over. General Capys, the cavalry led by Commander Leds, has been caught in a pincer attack by the enemy's cavalry. We hope for reinforcements. As it turned out, the 1,000 Sicilian cavalry, led by Astagras, were not advancing very quickly, and because they were at the back of the formation, most of them were able to quickly escape from the congested battlefield. Logically speaking, this battlefield was no longer suitable for cavalry to fight, but Astagras knew the importance of these foreign mercenaries in this battle. He could not leave them behind, or else Dionysius would not spare him. So, after putting in a lot of effort to regroup the scattered Sicilian cavalry, he led the hastily gathered 800 cavalrymen back to the left side of the battlefield. On the left side, Leds was leading half of the cavalry to stop the enemy cavalry from escaping, desperately squeezing them into the center. At first, the attack of the mercenaries was relatively fierce, especially the Celts, who had caused some casualties to the Daionia cavalry. However, as the pike phalanx advanced, the Celts suffered heavy losses. The Namibian cavalry was skilled in horsemanship and javelin throwing, but once they lost these two advantages, they could only fight the enemy at close range without any protection, and with the backs of their horses bare, they were no match for the Daionia cavalry. The Namibians could not hold on any longer. Some of the cavalry began to turn and flee, trying to squeeze into the center of the chaos and retreat from the rear. Chapter 519. However, Leds, who had regained his senses, ignored the danger and immediately held his spear and urged his horse to engage the enemy cavalry that was charging from the south. At the same time, he shouted, "Brothers of the cavalry, hold on! Don't let the enemy escape from us." With Leds taking the lead, even though the Daionia cavalry was being attacked from two sides, they did not lose their fighting spirit and fought back vigorously. The Sicilian Alliance cavalry, Namibian cavalry, and Daionia cavalry clashed together. The battle was intense. Capys had already expected such a situation before the battle and had already made arrangements. Therefore, he did not hesitate to send out the 500 light armored soldiers that he had kept by his side as reserves. The light armored soldiers with leather shields and leather armor quickly rushed to the left side of the spear phalanx and immediately launched a fierce attack on the Syracuse cavalry. This time, it was the Syracuse cavalry's turn to be attacked from two sides. Astagres did not want to be outdone and called on his cavalry to fight bravely. The four troops were locked in a fierce battle. It became the most tragic area of the battlefield. In the end, the Namibians in the inner area were the first to give up. They saw that the battlefield behind them had become less crowded due to the withdrawal of their Namibian comrades from the center. At the same time, the soldiers of the spear phalanx were constantly stabbing their tribesmen off their horses. Therefore, their fighting spirit began to wane, and they turned to flee. The situation of the Sicilian Alliance cavalry became even more difficult. Seeing that the situation was not good, Astagres wanted to retreat, but the Daionia cavalry and light armored soldiers refused to let go. In the end, only about 300 Sicilian Alliance cavalry managed to escape. The Celtic Alliance cavalry was almost completely annihilated in the phalanx. Their leader, Gabra, was also killed in battle. Their resistance bought some time for the Namibians. Nearly 1,000 Namibian cavalrymen managed to escape contact with the spear phalanx. These tribes from the Africa desert were usually arrogant, but this time they were obviously scared out of their wits. Even though there were more than 600 Daionia cavalrymen on the right side of the spear phalanx, they did not dare to turn back to fight or throw their javelins. Instead, they fled towards the south in panic, including their leader, Akelita, who fled at the front. As soon as the battle on the left side was over, Leds fell from his war horse, startling his men and causing them to rush to his aid. Leds was covered in blood, and his body was injured in many places, especially his left leg, which had been pierced by a spear. There was a wound the size of a date palm, and blood kept flowing out. The guards hurriedly bandaged his wounds, but he called out weakly, "Quick! Call Cusius! Call Cusius!" Cusius, who was once a young and energetic cavalryman, who was now an experienced cavalryman, immediately rushed to Led's side when he heard the summons from the legion commander. I order you to lead the rest of the cavalrymen, the Daionia cavalrymen fighting on the left side of the phalanx, and continue to pursue the enemy. Don't give them any chance to breathe." "Yes." Cusius gave a strong military salute, turned around, and was about to leave, but stopped and said with concern, "Legion commander, rest well and wait for my good news." Leds waved his hand impatiently. "Go, go!" Cusius mounted his horse and shouted, "Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy." Although the remaining 400 cavalrymen were tired, victory had given them new strength. They shouted in unison and followed Cusius to pursue the fleeing Syracuse cavalrymen. "Captain Lien, we won! We repelled the enemy's cavalrymen." The cheers of the soldiers rang in his ears. Topyrus looked at the blurry figures of the enemy fleeing in front of him and felt relieved. He felt his arms that were holding the spears were sore, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. It was very uncomfortable, but he knew that this was not the time to relax. According to the pre-war deployment, there was still a battle to be fought. "Regroup! Everyone regroup!" Just as he was calling out to his soldiers, a loud bugle sounded, stopping the excited spearmen who were about to give chase. The messengers galloped to the front and back of the phalanx, calling for the senior officers to regroup. At this time, Capys had already rushed to Led's side to check on his injury. "Don't worry, I won't die." Leds tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but the tremors when the guards lifted him onto the stretcher made him frown and show a pained expression. "Be gentle, be gentle," Capys shouted in dissatisfaction. "Capys!" Led's face was pale. At this moment, he did not call his old comrade's position. He said softly, "We cavalrymen have completed our mission. You can rest assured that Syracuse's cavalrymen will not come again. The rest is up to you." Capys nodded solemnly, mounted his horse, and gave him a military salute. "Rest well. Victory belongs to Dionia." The spearmen finally regrouped. This time the front line was not facing the south, but directly facing the rear of Syracuse's right flank, which was 100 meters away. Capys ordered the soldiers with broken spears to retreat from the battle, so the phalanx only had about 4,000 soldiers left. At this time, the company under Topyrus' command had only about 170 people left, and 112 of them still had their spears intact. Woo! The bugle for the attack was quickly blown, and the military flag was waved, pointing to the front. Topyrus and the other team officers roared, "Advance!" The soldiers moved forward steadily. The victory had given them enough confidence. This time, their opponents would be heavy infantry. On the left side of the spear phalanx were 2,000 light armored soldiers. They would do their best to protect the spear phalanx's biggest weakness, the flanks. As the battle continued, the number of wounded increased, and the reinforcements could no longer hold the enemy off like they did at the beginning. The thick formation of the Syracusans began to show their might, and the forward pressure they exerted on the reinforcements was getting more and more strenuous, forcing them to retreat to relieve the pressure. But being forced to retreat, they could not control the rhythm of the advance and retreat like the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia, and as a result, the pressure they had to bear increased. Under the shouts of Myron and Cypros, the soldiers relied on their courage to hold on. At this moment, in front of them, the right side of Syracuse's right flank, a loud bugle suddenly sounded. Myron and Cypros asked each other doubtfully, "Is that Dionia's bugle?" Antonios, who was a few hundred meters away, could accurately determine that it was Dionia's bugle. Knowing the Devers' battle plan, he knew that the spear phalanx must have repelled the cavalry of Syracuse, and was preparing to attack the rear of Syracuse's right flank. His spirits were lifted. Following that, the bugle for the 1st Legion's attack was blown. Next, the 2nd Legion's commander, Amyntas, rode his horse to the rear of his legion and shouted, "Brothers, attack! Attack! It's time to let the people of Syracuse know how powerful we are." In fact, the spear phalanx's attack could not cover the entire rear of Syracuse's right flank and could only help the reinforcements. However, the 1st and 2nd Legion's attack could restrain the enemies in front of them, preventing them from sending too many soldiers to stop the spear phalanx. "Enemy! The enemy is attacking from the rear." The soldiers at the far right of Syracuse's right flank heard the bugle, and then heard the roar from behind them. They all looked back and panicked. The team officers hurriedly organized them to turn around and fight. Just when the right flank of Syracuse's right flank was in chaos, the soldiers of Dionia's spear phalanx began to move faster, and the spears that were originally erected began to be leveled. The first row, the second row, the third row, the fourth row, the fifth row, forming a dense spear wall in front of the phalanx. Apollo above, these spears are too long. The Syracuse soldiers watched in horror as the enemy stopped 3 meters away from them. Countless trembling spears pierced into their bodies, but their spears could not even touch the enemy. This was the first time the Syracuse soldiers encountered such a situation, and they panicked. Shield wall! Raise the shield wall! Some of the Syracuse officers shouted in panic. In such a chaotic situation, the Syracuse phalanx did not have a unified command, nor did they have the means to deal with emergencies. The pressure on the reinforcements was greatly reduced. Myron and Cypros would not let go of such a golden opportunity, and immediately gave the order to charge. The soldiers of Syracuse once again charged at the enemies that burned their homes with a vengeance. The Syracuse soldiers at the front of the phalanx could hear the shouts of their comrades behind them, but they could not feel their support. They could not help but think, "What happened? Are we surrounded? Are they trying to escape?" Their morale was declining, and they could no longer focus on the battle. "Your Majesty, the spear phalanx led by Capys has defeated the Syracuse cavalry, and is now attacking the right flank of Syracuse," Tormid reported excitedly to the Devers. The Devers let out a long sigh, and the tension in his heart was finally relieved. He calmed down a little, and immediately gave another order. "Tormid, inform Lism immediately. Let him lead the reconnaissance unit and the 2,000 light armored soldiers to cross the Taconati River and attack the left flank of Syracuse." Chapter 5:20. The Devers saw his confusion and explained, "Capys has completed his plan. Our left flank is safe, and victory is only a matter of time. However, I didn't expect Matones and Oliver's army to do so well. They pushed the right flank so far. It's obvious that the enemy's left flank is weak. Now that I'm adding more pressure to Syracuse's left flank, do you think they won't retreat?" "I'll inform Wyzam now. I'm afraid he can't wait any longer." Tormid, who understood the Devers' plan, rode to the reserve troops at the rear. At this time Dionysius, who had learned that the cavalry had been repelled and the right flank had been attacked, was in a panic. He did not expect that the news of the victory on the right flank would turn out to be like this. "Find Astagras immediately and ask him to reorganize the cavalry. We'll attack Dionia immediately. Otherwise, he and his family will be reunited in the underworld." Dionysius roared tyrannically. The messenger quickly rode to the rear to find Astagras. "Sir, an urgent report from Syracuse." The attendant rushed over and reported anxiously, "If there's anything, we can talk after the battle. I don't have time now." Dionysius glared at him in annoyance. The attendant was so frightened that he shut his mouth in fear. Suddenly, another scout rushed over and reported, "Sir, a few thousand Dionia soldiers have crossed the Taconati River. They're circling the left flank." "What?" Dionysius was completely panicked when he heard the news. "You're saying you saw an empty camp?" Helos asked uncertainly after hearing the scout's report. "Yes, General. A few of my men and I have already approached the wooden fence of Syracuse's main camp. There's no movement inside." After listening to the words of the squad leader, Xylos fell into deep thought. According to previous reports, Syracuse had an army of 70 to 80,000 soldiers. If so many soldiers weren't in the main camp, where could they be? The answer was obvious. His Majesty Devers must have led reinforcements to Crotone. It was impossible for the people of Syracuse to give up their camp and retreat to Sirius. Otherwise, their scouts would have seen the army led by His Majesty Divers. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that the people of Syracuse were engaged in a battle with Dionia. Helo's heart raced when he heard the shocking answer. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. After a moment of thought, he gave the order the entire army to stop building camps. Equip your armor and pick up your spears and shields. Line up and march towards Crotone." Adjutant Hephaestus immediately gasped when he heard the order. "You're saying we're marching towards Crotone right now?" It was no wonder he was nervous. Syracuse's main army was stationed in Crotone. Helos would not dare to venture deep into Syracuse's army alone. Once Syracuse's main army arrived from the north, the Syracuse's army would block the way from the south. Their army would be dead, without a doubt. "I'm sure His Majesty is currently in a battle with Syracuse. We must hurry over and help His Majesty win this battle that will decide the life and death of Dionia," Helos said firmly. Although Hephaestus had only worked with Xylos in Cosenza for a few months, the two of them had a rather harmonious relationship when it came to political affairs. He knew that Xylos was a steady person and was not a rash person. This time, Helos stepped down as the chief executive of Cosenza and was replaced by Sidorum. At the same time, he was also the wartime governor of the Bruttii region. With Sidorum's understanding of the Bruttii region, he did not need Hephaestus' help at all. He might even think that Hephaestus was a hindrance in Cosenza. After all, the reason why Dionia started the war to conquer the Bruttii region was due to the rebellion of the Syracuse tribe. Who knew if Sidorum would hold a grudge against them? Therefore, Hephaestus used the excuse of recruiting soldiers and managing the Bruttii warriors for Helos as an excuse to request from Helos. In the end, he became the adjutant of this temporary army. Now that Helos had made a rational decision, the only thing Hephaestus could do was to obey and appease the Bruttii warriors. Not long after the order was passed down, the general of the Trine army, Blamales, who had already met up with this army, hurried over. He was convinced by Helos's words. "If we win this battle, Trine city will return to us easily without needing to be attacked. If we lose this battle, even if we recapture Trine today, Syracuse's army will recapture it tomorrow. The whole of Greece will be in danger." After 2 hours of battle, Syracuse's left and right flanks were in dire straits. The right flank was pincered by the Pike Brigade and Ket's reinforcements and had suffered heavy losses. If not for the lack of coordination between the Pike Brigade and the Ket army, they would not have been able to spread out. Syracuse's right flank was sturdy enough, and some of the experienced soldiers took the initiative to separate from the middle and left flank to block the Pike Brigade's further westward advance. If not for that, the right flank would have collapsed. On the other hand, the soldiers on the left flank were far inferior to the elites on the right flank. They were able to maintain their morale even when the flank was being attacked. Although the attacks of the light armored soldiers were not as powerful as the Pike Brigade, Dionysius's military reforms had only just begun. The drawbacks of the Pike Brigade and the Ket Brigade had not been paid enough attention to. Once the battle began, not only were the middle and lower ranking officers, and even the high-ranking officers lost control of their troops. Furthermore, the left flank's formation was complicated. Once the flank and rear were attacked, they would not be able to command the soldiers at the rear to turn around and intercept the enemy. Dionysius, who had more troops, could have prevented such a situation from happening. However, he was still bound by the Greek military tradition and did not have the consciousness to keep the reserve troops. Furthermore, he wanted to crush Dionysia in one fell swoop and obtain victory in this battle. Therefore, he had sent all his troops into battle right from the start. Now it was too late for him to mobilize troops from the main camp to defend against the Dionysian army that was attacking the left flank. The chaos at the left flank and rear of the left flank quickly spread to the soldiers fighting at the front. These Greek soldiers were not very spirited to begin with. At first, they could only vaguely hear the battle cries coming from the rear. As the cries grew louder and louder, and the support from the rear weakened or even disappeared, they began to panic. Coupled with the ferocious attack of the enemy, fear took over them in an instant, prompting them to turn around and flee. They did not even hesitate to push down their teammates at the rear. When 1, 2, 3 soldiers ran away one after another, the panic would spread like a plague. Soon, the entire left flank could not hold on any longer and began to retreat. When the news reached Dionysius, his face was ashen. There was nothing he could do about this battle. He had even sent the guards around him to support the left flank. However, he had lost the gamble. He had lost to the new king of Dionia, whom he valued and despised at the same time. No matter how unwilling he was, Dionysius knew that he had to admit this fact and make a decision quickly. Retreat. He spat out the word with difficulty. He immediately turned his horse around and rode back. Fortunately, the attendant was right beside him. Otherwise, he would not have heard what he said. "My lord, this." The attendant was equally unwilling and hopeful, so he instinctively tried to persuade him. In the past, if someone dared to question his decision, Dionysius would either reprimand them or take note of it and settle the score later. However, he was not in the mood to do so now. He was thinking about how to minimize the loss of Syracuse's army as much as possible after the defeat of the left flank. The defeat of the left flank might cause the Dionia to block the Teconati River and cut off the retreat route of the army of Syracuse. He had ordered the army to retreat to the camp on the west bank of the Teconati River as soon as possible. In order to lure the army of Dionia to cross the river, he had ordered the camp on the east bank of the Teconati River, which was located in the core area of Crotone, to be demolished. As dozens of buglers sounded the retreat bugle, Dionysius spoke to the attendant again. "Send someone back to the camp. Inform Artemis, the commander of the camp's garrison, to send some troops to the east side of the camp to receive us." "Yes, my lord." The attendant suddenly remembered something and reminded him. A messenger from the Syrians reported that 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers from Dionia have landed on the Opimia plains and are preparing to attack Trine. Dionysius was furious when he heard this. "Why didn't you say something so important earlier?" The attendant felt wronged, but did not dare to argue. At first, Dionysius planned to retreat to the camp to defend, but now it seemed that retreating to the Syrians was the safest option. Phoebidas, who was at the front line of Syracuse's right flank, was slightly tired after 2 hours of nonstop fighting. Even though he had undergone strict military training since he was young, he was still slightly tired. However, even after he had killed a few enemies, there would still be new ones charging at him and fighting him bravely. He had no choice but to use all his skills and be careful. Chapter 5:21. Finally, the bugle signal for retreat was heard. The soldiers on the right flank of Syracuse, who were struggling to fend off the pike brigade and the reinforcements of Kurt, felt as if they had been pardoned. They turned around and fled. The originally sturdy formation collapsed in an instant. The fleeing soldiers were like a broken dam, flooding outwards. Seeing the fleeing soldiers, Phoebidas did not panic. He immediately threw the spear in his hand at the enemy and smashed the round shield at the enemy. After opening up some space, he immediately turned around and fled, throwing away his helmet. Even though he had suffered quite a few defeats before, Phoebidas was still feeling dispirited by the failure of the battle as he quickly fled. "Your Majesty, the enemy has retreated. We've won. We've won this battle. Dionia has won." Tormid looked at the retreating soldiers from the middle of Syracuse with excitement. The Devers listened to the cheers of the guards beside him and finally smiled. "Order all units to pursue the enemy with all their might." "Yes." Tormid replied loudly. "Your Majesty." A shout came from behind. The Devers turned around and saw Rodom's excited face. He immediately understood what he was thinking and smiled. The guards can also join the pursuit. Cheers immediately rang out around him. Only Marcius and a few other guards remained unmoved and stayed by the side of the Devers. "Leader Aeaclida, Sir Dionysius has ordered you to lead your men and fight back with me." Astagras finally found Aeaclida, who had escaped to the east bank of Teconati River. Aeaclida's face, covered by his unkempt hair, looked uncertain. He said evasively, "My men have all run away. It's hard to gather them in a short time." "Aeaclida," Astagras sneered, You're a smart man. If Syracuse is defeated this time, do you think the people of Dionia will spare you foreigners after what you've done in the land of Dionia? Greece and Namibia are separated by the Mediterranean Sea. Do you think you can return to Namibia on horseback? Akelita's expression changed. He only cared about running away and did not think about this. At this moment, his men exclaimed, "Leader, the enemy is coming again." Akelita had already made a decision. "General Astagras, let's defeat these cavalry first." Astagras was happy to see the change in Akelita's attitude. He immediately led more than 300 cavalry and the remaining 200 cavalry to fight the enemy. At this moment, rumbling footsteps came from the left. Astagras and Akelita subconsciously looked to the north. The increasing noise made them feel uneasy. Soon, countless Syracuse soldiers appeared in their field of vision, rushing towards them like a tide. Everyone's expression changed. Retreat! Akelita quickly turned his horse around and led the Namibian cavalry to flee in a hurry. Many Sicilian cavalry also followed. "We've lost." Astagras could not believe this fact. In a trance, he was stabbed under his horse by the pursuing Dionia cavalry. "Dionia has won! We've won! Crotone has won!" The scout sent by Lucius ran all the way to the ruins of Crotone's north gate. He shouted excitedly and incoherently. The people of Crotone who were watching the battle from the city wall had already burst into tears. Although they were far away from the battlefield and could not see clearly, all the soldiers were running south. Would Syracuse still win? At this time, countless people shed tears of excitement. Crotone was finally saved. Lucius had been standing nervously in front of the battlements to watch the battle. When he had just relaxed, he found that his legs were so sore that he could not stand. He sat down on the walkway, but faced with the rubble and devastated urban area. The ecstasy of narrowly escaping death suddenly turned into deep sorrow. Although the people of Crotone were saved, Ciudad Crotone was no more. When deciding to retreat, Dionysius also planned to let the garrison of the camp get ready and stop the pursuing army from behind, so that the fleeing Syracuse soldiers could enter the camp smoothly. As it turned out, this was impossible. The movement of the garrison of the camp was discovered by the Dionia troops, who were closely monitoring the movements of the camp. At the same time, the news of Dionia's victory, brought by the mountain scout, made Agassiot even more excited. Although he was the governor, he was also a mercenary with rich combat experience. He took action decisively. He personally led 3,000 garrison troops to attack Syracuse's camp, which was blocking the road south of Asprustum. The garrison of Syracuse was disturbed by the news of their defeat. They were also separated from the camp. Faced with the all-out attack of Asprustum's army, they did not have the mood to fight. They barely resisted for a while before the excited Dionia soldiers easily broke into the camp. On the other hand, Dionysius wanted to regroup his army while he was escaping, but the relentless pursuit of the Dionian army made his efforts futile. The guards he sent out were either coerced or defeated by the routed soldiers, and their war horses were snatched away. 60,000 to 70,000 people poured into the Takanati River. The entire river was almost cut off. The slippery mud and the pursuit of the Dionia soldiers caused the terrified, routed soldiers of Syracuse to cross the river, leaving behind a sea of floating corpses. The garrison of the camp was frightened by the tide of routed soldiers. They did not have any thoughts of providing support and were the first to turn around and escape. The raging tide of routed soldiers squeezed the narrow gate of the camp. Some routed soldiers simply pushed down the wooden fence and rushed into the camp. However, the pursuing army had also entered the camp. At the same time, the shouts of the Dionia soldiers could be heard from the north side of the camp. It was the Asprustum troops who had rushed into the camp and were pursuing the retreating defenders. The routed soldiers of Syracuse were afraid of being cut off. They did not dare to stay in the camp any longer, so they continued to escape south. "General Helos, we've defeated the Syracuse soldiers. They're running towards the Silent Lands." "There are too many of them." The mounted scout galloped over and said excitedly and nervously. At this time Helos had already led his troops across the Tekanati River and entered the Silent Lands territory. They were marching towards the northeast, ready to reach the Syracuse camp. When he received the scout's report, Helos was overjoyed. He immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to annihilate the enemy. He immediately asked, "How far away are the Syracuse soldiers from us?" "When I came back, they had already run into the corridor." Helos was the chief executive of Asprustum. During his time in office, he had surveyed the area many times and was familiar with it. Of course, he knew that the corridor mentioned by the scout was actually the coastline of the narrow strip of land between the southern plains of Croton and the Silent Lands territory on the west bank of the Tekanati River. To the north of it was a mountain range, and to the south was the ocean. This seaside corridor was about 36 miles long, and the narrowest was 10 miles. His army was at least 15 miles away from entering this corridor. It seemed like it would not be difficult to reach the routed soldiers of Syracuse before they ran out of the corridor and intercepted them. However, his army was walking on uneven hills, while the Syracuse soldiers were running on the flat sea. Moreover, they were routed soldiers, so their speed was relatively fast. Helos pondered for a moment, then immediately ordered, "Everyone, hurry up and run!" This caused the soldiers to groan incessantly. One must know that at least half of the Dionia Trine coalition army were heavy infantry. Fortunately, the soldiers from Brudi had gone through years of training and had developed the habit of obeying discipline and strict execution of orders. The Trine soldiers, on the other hand, were fueled by the flames of vengeance. More importantly, the news of Dionia's victory had given them a huge boost in morale. By the time they reached the corridor, the distance between the front and the back was at least 4 to 5 miles. Many of the soldiers were paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air. They were drenched in sweat and begging for water. In the next half an hour, the equally exhausted Helos tried his best to organize the troops, and at the same time he tried his best to let the arriving soldiers rest and recover their strength. Most of the soldiers had already arrived, but there were still some soldiers who had fallen behind, arriving in 2s and 3s. At this moment, a scout reported that the routed soldiers of Syracuse were only 2 miles away from the main army. The rational Helos did not let the physically exhausted soldiers intercept the routed soldiers. He knew that the tens of thousands of routed soldiers who were determined to escape back to Syracuse would not be intercepted by his few thousand soldiers. Instead, these tired and inexperienced soldiers would be trapped in the flood of escape. So he had his troops line up with their backs to the mountains and slanted towards the coast, leaving a gap of a few miles wide for the routed soldiers to pass through. That way, even if they attacked fiercely, the Syracuse people would not be able to put up much resistance. Dionia's pursuit lasted until dusk before they blew the bugle to retreat. According to the post-battle statistics, in this battle that determined the fate of Greece, Syracuse suffered almost 20,000 casualties. Most of them were injured or died while escaping. More than 10,000 were captured. This was mostly due to Helos. He first ordered his soldiers to kill the routed soldiers who were escaping at the edge of the coast corridor. Then he decisively ordered an attack, intercepting the tail of the routed army. In the end, more than 30,000 soldiers of Syracuse escaped back to Syracuse. On the other hand, Dionia suffered almost 7,000 casualties, especially the reinforcements from Kurt, who had lost almost half of their men. Next were the spear brigade and the cavalry. As the key to turning the tide of the battle, they paid the price of more than 2,000 men.